blessing, never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight, 'cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that mean me harm, and go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper, yeah. Until the older and the science man come, cause them can't squeeze me lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper. The wages of blessing, never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight, 'cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that mean me harm, and go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper, yeah. Until the older and the science man come, cause them can't squeeze me lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper. The wages of blessing, never living a lie. So we keep our meditation in the eye. We weather the storm and put up a fight, 'cause we can do anything. Should you feel like giving up, let the strength of your ancestors fill your cup. The power of Jah preserves I and guides in all that good. So evil that mean me harm, and go back where they came from. No demonic words perform shall prosper, yeah. Until the older and the science man come, cause them can't squeeze me lion bar. No demonic words perform shall prosper.
Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaican Diaspora Council, presents on the 26th of July 2024 Jamaicans and Friends of Jamaica. Join us in conference as we speak against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, and injustice in Jamaica. This takes place on the 26th of July at 1320 Ellesmere Road, Ontario, Canada. This conference starts 3 till 10 p.m. Guest speakers on the day: Wayne Lonesome, Will Rattigan, Mystic Sensation, Herb Nelson Jr., Aromatic, Sister Maria, Jamaican Carlos, Dr. Rupert Francis, Jeffrey Tavares, and more. This is going to be a very important event for all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica. Don't miss this event if you care about our country. Jamaicans in the diaspora, we can make a difference.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone's support as usual. So remember to thumbs up the live as you come in. Share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is an uncaring government and more empty promises, with your host Byron and Anne-Marie, and later we'll be joined by Mr. Rattigan and also Dr. Taylor. So please, guys, remember to support Daisy Magazine. And the website is maxter.com/p/Daisy. So please go over and show her some support. That would be greatly appreciated. Let me just welcome those in the chat. Truck Life, welcome. HVAC Services Inc., Morris Williams, Beverly Edwards, Audrey Hamilton, Peter Flynn, Youngs, Anthony R., Jeffrey Worrell, Dorothy McCoy, Colleen Stewart, Beverly, Petra Alexander, Sharon Bernard, Jamfet over there in France.
All right.
Tamar Johnson, Rennie Thwaby, Patel Cruikshank, Devon Watson, John Plew, Matthew McCullough, Freedom, Sam Allen, Loretta Williams, sorry, SG, Omi 3460, Candy Flames, Janet Jones, JJ, Montague James, Frontline Worker, Monica Hall, Uriel Dharma,
Right.
Pamela Okolo, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I will welcome you individually as you come in. If I lose control of the chat as usual, then I'll just do an umbrella welcome. Without any further delay, I'm going to hand over to Byron.
Thank you, Wifey, for that wonderful precursor as always.
Sorry, Magetta Hamilton, welcome.
All right. Tonight is going to be a very interesting night tonight. We'll, of course, join our guests will be in studio. We are going to be having Dr. Devon Taylor. And, of course, we'll be having Brother Rattigan here. They will be joining us later. But we have a lot to go through as it relates to our topics. And as I said, it's going to be quite an interesting night tonight. Now, I just want to say as it relates to, all the persons who, having to experience the blunt of barrel, and dealing with the aftermath, we are hoping the best for those people. We know that a lot of people are suffering, and our hopes and prayers go out to those people, and wishing the best for them, and for persons who can, sponsor whatever can be sponsored. Just put out all the efforts, to make sure that, we are doing the goodwill that is expected. Now, we have been talking, going past the past 2 years as it relates to the tri-bridge, and because of the social media pressure, and the politics that had played within that process in terms of having that bridge up and ready, so that, it can, of course, aid a lot of persons who have been affected as a result of that bridge came down. But we have some so-called good news, let me say that, and I hope that, based on what has been communicated, persons are going to be honoring, to fix the tri-bridge, and we're going to get the tri-bridge fixed. So I'm going to share the information with all of my brothers and sisters here, but as it relates to the tri-bridge, that's a welcoming news, because that is going to help a lot. So without any delay, let us lift up the first document here and share the information with our people as it relates to the status on the tri-bridge. Very welcoming news, and we are happy for that. All right. So without any delay, let us read that information for you. Right. So of course, we having this bridge fixed. It's going to be really and truly a much needed help, right? Serving those persons, right, within those communities, right? So, yes. All right. So let me just share this document, right? Here it is, my people. Work to begin next week on collapsed Troy Bridge in Trelawney. Published Thursday, July 18, 2024. And as I said, it's a very welcoming news because this is going to aid those people, right, who have been suffering as a result of the Troy Bridge being down. But this is really a good news. The National Work Agency is reporting that work on the collapsed Troy Bridge in Trelawney is slated to commence next week. So we here on social media, we are going to follow up on this, right? Because we don't want any form of campaign promising, right? And nothing being delivered. So we will be following up on this. The bridge, which links several Trelawney, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth communities, collapsed in August 2021 during the passage of Tropical Storm Grace. Minister without portfolio with responsibility for works, Robert Morgan, says that Cabinet, having signed off on the $231 million contract, the work is to begin. And Mr. Morgan will be holding you to this because we are going to be here. And if next week that work, as you are saying here, right, has not started, we are going to come back and we are going to deal with the situation over social media, right? We are going to make sure that, you know, this is not a campaign promise, right? People need service. He says that the NWA recently received the contractor's bond and insurance, and this has paved the way for the commencement of the work, right? We thank God for that. The project is expected to last for 12 months and will see the demolition of the old structure, the erection of a new triple cell box, culvert, and piles, as well as river training activities. Morgan says that a temporary detour is also to be constructed in order to facilitate the many pedestrians who now seek to cross the Hectors River. These pedestrians include students from the nearby Troy High School. This is, if that happened, then this is going to be very much of good service. The NWA has already handed over the project site to the contractor. So here, people, the NWA has already handed over the project site to the contractor. Morgan says the Troy Bridge project will be among those that he will pay keen attention on behalf of the Prime Minister Andrew Holness. He says the negative impact of the bridge on the children and the farmers of Southern Trelawney and Northwest Manchester is the main driver behind the government expenditure. All right, let us take that document away. Now, we are going to continue in our juggling, right, until our guests get here. But you know what? As I said, tonight is going to be a very interesting night. And so then I want to begin some of the excitement. And although, right, I am going to get into the excitement, I want to speak because there is some serious situation that is happening with the Jamaica Labour Party government. And particularly, and I'm glad that Dr. Devon Taylor, right, is coming on later when it comes to, you know, the land situation. And a lot of people have been deprived out of their lands. And the funniest thing is that we have people now being accusing, right, the government, right, of sabotaging them out of their lands. This is not Mystic Sensation is saying this, right? I have the evidence that I am going to play, right? And, you know, we are expecting that our government, particularly, right, the voters who voted for the government, right, expect service and to know that it is the government who is depriving them of such service. So without any delay, I'm going to play this person and let you hear what this person has been saying. This person has been ranting all over social media, right? As it relates to what Andrew Holness had done him. I have no evidence as it relates to what he's speaking about, but he's accusing Andrew Holness, right, and others, right, of wanting to sabotage him, from land and take land from him. So without any delay, let us get into that. But interestingly, people, the situation with Andrew Holness, right, and land, I want for people to understand this, that these are some situations that hit Andrew Holness as it relates to his experience in those areas, right? And of course, we have seen some breaches done by him. Let me say that. So let me just show people as it relates to Andrew Holness' experience in the land business. And now we have seen many persons being accusing the government, right, of taking their lands and giving it to the elites, right? And Andrew Holness had a vast amount of experience as it relates to the land issues. So let me just show people, right, as it relates to, this was a portfolio that Andrew Holness, right, was the opposition spokesperson on. So let me just show people that evidence. Lift up this and let us read that. And then we have some serious situation, some serious land situation where Andrew Holness is concerned. So let us just show the evidence in terms of, Andrew Holness, right, grasping that experience and, is he, as a result of him having that experience, right? Let us share it and show what I am talking about, right? Yes. So here it Andrew Holness' political career. Let us show this to the people. In 1997, he became a member of Parliament for West Central St. Andrew and served as opposition spokesperson on land. There it is, on land and development from 1999 to 2002. So take that away. I just only want to show that, right? Now, we have a lot of people complaining as it relates to Andrew Holness, right, encroaching on them, and Juliet Holness encroaching on people and taking away their lands, right? So let me just play this clip and hear this person, right, just, giving some serious utterances, right, to this situation. And as I said, right, Mystic Sensation have no proof that this is so, but I'm just going to make the people hear this person, right, speaking out, right, quite seriously, right, about his land, right, without any delay. Let us play this.
Okay.
All right, let us get into that, people. That's an interesting night ahead.
Look upon this good, I see what Mark Pan, the government see that, at the said year where they take from a place, in coming up power, we have to put on the case. because the lawyer is a little criminal lawyer, Brian A. Clark. You understand? And the land them down here because of the hotel. They're all there, paperwork there to show. I got paperwork from my land. Mr. Brian Clark, go ahead and make bundle of paper for my land. Me a boy will build a community center. All of them things there, where you want to check. Me know my rights. Me know my law. Mr. Andrew Hollis is not a lawmaker. Mr. Andrew Hollis is not a judge. I am a victim of crime in Jamaica. I'm stressed out. My wife stressed out. My wife have to go to work 5 o'clock every morning. Sometimes she work 16 hours, 14 hours. You know a nurse thing go America. Out there put out their work. 35 years that my wife a do. Soon get ready to retire now. This little boy, Brian Clark, them are defend the thing. 2 of them want to bring to a court. Brian Clark a liar. He's nothing but a street boy. You understand? He's a street boy. That's how I want to classify me. A 57-year-old big man for 2 Not old boy Brian Clark. We are thief people and left, right, and center and all over here. I know my rights, you know. And I know wrong from right. I no commit no crime. This government has done all kind of things. I have to put up all my US passport and everything, open it and let them know I'm not illegal because they have immigration officer text me on my TikTok page. Them have police that text me, all kind of things. People, this is why on a problem at Jamaica. On too scared. On not stand up and fight for no rights. Tell the government, make a mistake and send a police to my house. Just tell him to do that without if I've done something wrong and I'm not a wrongdoer. Tell him to try that with me. I live 5 minutes away from the police station. Every police around here know me. This government is so dirty. Wanna rob me land. You don't want to say nothing. You get a job to serve and protect your country. You get a job leader, not a follower. And all you do is follow the people them where you get 900,000 in a Paris Council election. The 6 or 8 people on TikTok. Most about 10 of them. Or 11. You get about 900,000. Then work out, get $80,000 a piece, and then bring down the whole world. It's all like a dirty boy there from Canada. You boy. Wait name again. Motivation Smile TV. He's a piece of shit. He is no fucking good. You're a disgrace. Get the fuck out of here.
All right. Mr. Ratigan, welcome to the program. How are you doing tonight, sir? It's a pleasure to have you here.
Bless up, dynamic duo. I'm Marie. Yes, yes, I'm a Virgin Byron. And I
Yes,
pick up
man.
stuff and I keep burning the fire, man.
Yes.
Keep a ball.
I tell you, we have some interesting topics that we are going to touch tonight. Very interesting. So,
Good.
just sit tight, right? And let
Yeah.
us,
No,
trouble.
that's all, man.
Okay. All right. So there you have it. Persons in the chat, locally and in the diaspora, right? That people are venting as it relates to this government, right? This man is saying that he has his papers. And not only him alone is complaining. You have a lot of persons who are complaining in that vein, that they have their documents for their lands, and they've been pushed off and forced off their lands, and and all of that. A lot of persons are complaining that what they had experienced, to the fact that they are in the foreign land, right, and might be missing for a couple of years. When they come back, they find their land, right, re-registered in other person's name. So these are some really serious issues that is happening in Jamaica, right? We have seen the issue as it relates to Juliet Holness herself, right? And I don't understand in terms of where the government who's supposed to respect the laws of the land, right? And for the very same persons who the government asks to vote them in power, right, is going against those people, right? I mean, at the end of the day, to have the understanding that you have your land, you purchase your land, and you have your title for your land, and you face that experience where your name have been changed, right? What sort of situation is that? What is going on in the title's office, right? Something quite serious. We have seen Pernell Charles. We have seen the situation with Pernell Charles, right, not being from St. Thomas, right, and people who have been on the land for over 20 years, 30 years, right? All of a sudden, Pernell Charles, right, showing paper that he owned all of those lands. And within the 20 years and 30 years, right, those persons who occupied those lands did not see Pernell Charles. Don't know nothing about Pernell Charles, right? So let us get into more detail here. All right. Bless up, Brother Devon, Dr. Devon Taylor. How are you doing, sir?
Doing well, doing well.
All right.
Welcome.
Exactly.
Great.
I tell the people that we are going to have an interesting night. We have Dr. Devon Taylor here, and we have Brother Rattigan here. So, Brother
Rattigan,
Taylor,
how are you doing?
Yeah.
We meet again.
All right. So, let me just run off these few clips, and then, of course, we are going to get into the issue where we're going to have Dr. Devon Taylor participate and Brother Rattigan participate as well. So, people, this is it, right? Now, is the government looking out for the people's interests? And I'm glad that Dr. Devon Taylor is here, right? Because Dr. Taylor is actually fighting a similar situation as it relates to beach access, right? And now we have people coming out, right, speaking out against Andrew Holness and speaking out against his wife. So let us get into this next clip, right, to show that evidence in terms of the what I would call the bully government, right? The bad man government, right? The bully government. That just cannot be right, right? The government is to respect people's rights. So let us get into the next subject matter, right? There you have a lady here, right, is saying that Juliet Holness is very dishonest. Let us get into this next clip, right? Let us share this screen. Right, let us get into this article here. Now, this is it, people. Let us read it. We are showing the evidence, You understand the evidence that is going against Andrew Holness and his wife, right? And where the previous clip is saying that Andrew Holness is using that lawyer to go around and over taking away people's land. What is going on, right? people have their, land being taken away, right? The title being taken out, and it's just crazy. So here's another complaint. She is very dishonest. Ashley accuses Honest of being untruthful as real estate development lawsuit continues. And we know about this, right? Now, defendant Charlene Ashley has sought to paint developer Juliet Honest as dishonest amid revelations that Ashley faced losing the entrance to her home to make way for the lawmakers' $800 million apartment complex. Brother Ratigan, you see this $800 million? We are not seeing it on the statutory declaration. We are not seeing it. So let us talk about that. We are not seeing it. But here she's having this person in court, right? Okay, we will talk about that later. Honest is the director and majority shareholder of JAJ Development and Holdings Limited, the real estate company that is suing Ashley for a splintered title for a property in St. Andrew. What is going on? Ashley has countersued, accusing JAJ of trespassing. The trial started in the Supreme Court before Justice David Batts last Tuesday. JAJ bought a piece of lot 2 of Ashley Lands, lot 1 in Lee's Flat, Red Hills in 2012 for $22 million. Under the sales agreement, Ashley is required to provide the title of the title to J&J within 7 days of being requested. But Honest has accused Ashley of failing to submit a title after an October 30th, 2012 request that gave her 15 days, as well as rejecting one provided in December 2022. The document, she said, has the width of an access road that she said runs between 2 lots at the 3 meters, or 5 meters short of what was allegedly agreed on, and puts the development out of compliance with permits. But remember now, Juliet Honest, the truth be told, that development that you are doing, you concerned about this piece, this stretch, right? About compliance with permit, and you outrightly breach the permit, because what you are building now, you don't have the permit to build that. So I don't understand what you're saying here, Juliet Honest, as it relates to talking about compliance with permit. You are not being compliant, right? You have permit to build X, and you are building more than X, right? So you breach. According to the special condition 20 of the signed sales agreement, Ashley agreed to provide an easement from her lot, provided that it is agreed that no such easement shall result in the removal or alteration of the vendor's gateway or any concrete structures on Ashley property. Let us take away that. I just want to touch, right, the basic points, right, and let people aware what is going on with the Honesties. Just don't understand, just don't get it, right? Andrew Honest and Mrs. Honest now should be looking about people's rights and making sure, right, that they don't breach people's rights based on their position. But they are the ones, right, who doing all the anky-panky. We already talk about this government, right? As I said, that it seems like this government absolutely gone rogue, right? Now, let us look at another situation where people acquainted with Andrew Honest, right, have been stealing land and selling land. These are persons who are acquainted with Andrew Honest, right? I have the evidence, right? And Andrew Honest came out and blaming other people. And when the investigation, right, completed, right, the persons who affiliated with Andrew Honest, right, were the ones who charged, right? It's not Mystic Sensation is saying it, right? We have the evidence, so let me play the evidence. I am just zeroing, right, focusing on the issues where Andrew Honest and his wife, right, have to deal with land issues with our Jamaican people, with our citizens, the very same people who voted for the government, and now expect that the government would represent them and protect them. The government is going against that. The government is hurting the Jamaican people, right? So let us look into this other clip. All right, without any delay, let us get into that and show people what is going on. I don't understand what is going on here.
School principal Solin Ward Brown charged with illegal sale of Clifton lands. Please remember to subscribe, like, share, leave us a comment, and click the notification bell to receive our daily news items. A school principal has been arrested and charged with the illegal sale of government lands in Clifton, near Bernard Lodge in St. Catherine, police confirmed Tuesday night. The accused, identified by the police as Solin Ward Brown, principal of Jamaica China Goodwill Infant, located on Olympic Way in St. Andrew. She has been charged with breaches of the Proceeds of Crime Act, Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Special Provisions Act, and Common Law Conspiracy to Defraud Act. Police said the accused will be brought before the court at the earliest possible date. At the same time, police said at least 3 other individuals of interest are under investigation in connection with the illegal Clifton land sale, which caused the firestorm early in the month when 10 structures on the lands owned by the Sugar Corporation of Jamaica, SCJ Holdings, were demolished. Holness would ordered a full investigation into the illegal land sale when he addressed Parliament last Tuesday, said criminals were involved in the capturing and sale of government-owned lands. In the case of Clifton, the notorious Klansman gang was fingered. It is alleged that a top-ranking member of the Klansman gang was involved in transactions for the properties with people desperate to own their own homes. Reports are that the sale of lands and construction went ahead despite notices posted on the property. JBN, we keep you informed. Please remember to subscribe.
So people, I want to know what sort of bangarang is going on with Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness went into Parliament, and accused Klansman gang, right, of stealing land and selling land, right? Why? It is the person who Andrew Holness associated with, right, stealing those lands and selling those lands. And so then we are seeing now a similarity here, where persons are saying that Andrew Holness is using a lawyer, right, to take away their lands. So this is very serious accusation, as it relates to, you understand, the Prime Minister himself. You understand, caught up in these bangarang, right? The Prime Minister can't say that this is fake news, We have all witnessed the Prime Minister went into Parliament, right, and accused the Klansman gang, right, that they are the ones stealing the lands and selling the lands. And at the same time, it is the persons who are associated with Andrew Holness, the principal, right, who involved in the sales of those lands illegally. Now you have this gentleman, right, accusing Andrew Holness for the similar behavior, right? So, I am just showing these situations and where people can see them. Now, let us turn ourselves to, we are going to ask now Dr. Taylor, right? And one of the reasons why I bring Dr. Taylor on tonight is as it relates to his expertise, right? I am not any expert in terms of what we are going to discuss tonight. We'll be discussing, right, Jamaica oil discovery, right, and the potential of it bringing, right, $70 billion US to the economy. Well, that may look good, right? And so let me say this before Dr. Devon Taylor comes in here, right? That may look good. That may sound good. That, okay, this is quite beneficial to Jamaica. But what is the potential implication of that in terms of drilling, right? We are concerned about our fisheries. We are concerned about many things. And so then, you know, one of the best person to speak on the subject matter, right, is, of course, Dr. Devon Taylor. So then I am going to play the video for people to see that, right? It want to appears to be a viable situation for us because we know that other countries like Guyana, you understand, have been benefited. But I am not going to, you know, prolong. Let me just get into the video where people can see, you understand, as it relates to that particular development, right? Let us get into Jamaica oil discovery, and then we ask Dr. Taylor to speak on the matter.
Explorers ramped up pitch on Jamaica's oil prospects. The UK company exploring for oil offshore in Jamaica has now put a $70 billion estimate on the value of petroleum reserves, lightly laying under Jamaica's waters, waiting to be tapped. If those numbers are to be proven through further exploration and studies, the reserves would be comparable to the finds of Guyana. United Oil and Gas plc said in the latest pitch to prospective investors. The company, which has office in Dublin, London, holds a license from the Jamaican government to explore for oil in the Walton Moran block. Walton Moran's monetization potential is directly comparable to the government of nearly 11 billion barrel. This is the reserve in Guyana. United Oil said in an investor presentation last week that Jamaican High Commission in London. The presentation was released Friday, May 24th. United Oil made its presentation to investors. United Oil started hunting for oil in 2020 offshore Jamaica in a zone stretching south of Walton Basin in Westmoreland to Moran Point in St. Thomas and spanning 22,400 kilometers. United Oil is seeking a co-investor to drill test the block. It's already received 2 extensions from the Jamaican government to drill or drop the license. United Oil sees a huge upside potential beyond 7.0 billion barrels. Its extensive consultants, Energy Advisory Limited, puts the estimate as high as 15 billion barrels. Walton Moran has favorable fiscal term designed to attract investors, with supportive government policy resulting in an extensive economical potential up to $70 billion. The break-even point for Guyana is $25 to $35 a barrel, compared to Jamaica's $25 a barrel. Comparatively, oil is being sold around $80 per barrel on the world market, creating room for oil producers to profit. Jamaica spends heavily on energy import, costing over $2 billion in each past 2 years. However, different dynamics including market price volatility and energy policy adjustments has pulled down the country's spend on crude oil imports over time. For example, nearly a decade ago, the Petroljam oil refinery reported that it spent $1.4 billion on oil imports for fiscal year of 2025. The following year, the import bill dropped to $759 million for the same volume of crude oil to the market due to the market volatility and other factors. In the more recent time, the country spent on crude oil has flirted with the past performance, but has also largely fallen relative to those days. In the past 3 years, Jamaica's crude oil import was just shy of 589 million in 2021, rose to 740 million in 2022, but fell back to 487 million in 2023. Some of the decline is related to the reduction dependence on heavy fuel oil to reduce electricity and rise LNG and renewable as alternatives. United Oil's comparison of Jamaica with Guyana was a key focus in the UK-based company's latest investor presentation, which was then touted at $23 billion. Oil discovery in recent years resulted in Guyana becoming the fastest growing economy in the world. Half of Guyana oil revenue goes to the government. In Jamaica, proven reserves would result in a 42% of oil revenue flowing to the Jamaican government based on United Oil presentation documents. It puts the arrangement at the lower end of such agreements. Peru sits at the bottom with 41%, while Angola sits at the top with 90% of its revenue flowing to that government. The size of the take generally relates to the government's direct participation in the oil venture. Jamaica operates a very favorable producing sharing agreement. There is a statement from United Oil, and I quote, Jamaica operates a very favorable production sharing agreement regime with no state participation. Why will Jamaica only profit at 42% for their oil revenues? Well, it's because of their lack of participation in this company's discovery of this oil. The more Jamaica is willing to participate in the discovery of this oil, they can then negotiate for a higher revenue percentage. However, the less participation one country has is usually the less negotiating power they have. This is usually how these things work. When you look at it from Peru and Angola, the differences is quite huge. In Angola, it's 90%, which suggests that the Angola government must be heavily included in the oil extraction and the oil discovery processes. In Angola's case, the oil might actually be available underneath land instead of water. Oil that's available underneath land is usually a little bit more easy to locate and allocate and to extract to get proven results, while oil underwater is a far more difficult feat. In fact, it depends on how much oil reserves there is. If the oil reserve is between 5 to 10 billion, no company is willing to make that investment because the profits long term will be too small. While 70 billion in value is significantly different, that's a lot of money on a year to year basis. That oil reserve is possible to last for decades, for Jamaica, of course, and to whomever they choose to export to. So Jamaica is sitting on the sideline, having been burnt in the past over its participation in exploration activities. Over time, Jamaica is engaged in several oil discoveries and drill, resulting in at least 11 confirmed oil and gas seeps, but commercial finds have eluded the country. In 1980s, through the Petroleum Corporation of Jamaica, a state agency that was folded into the Ministry of Energies a few years ago. The government had set up 3 onshore wells at Windsor, Retrieve, and Hertford, which are now largely forgotten. Windsor in St. Anne's holds significance as the first documented location of oil seep back in 1865. The current risk taker is United Oil, which is why they present their well classified, which is why they have to make a great presentation to future and prospective investors. These investors are all in it together to invest in this possible discovery of oil in Jamaica in an agreement that the government will take 42%. Now, in a project like this, Jamaica should be one of the main investors in a project like this. The chances of there being oil in that region in Jamaica is a high probability. However, the chances of there being over 100 or 150 billion US dollars worth of oil is unlikely. What's more likely is for there to be anywhere from 50 billion up until 80 billion in terms of valuation. The results are so far looking very promising, of course. They started discovering in 2020 and they've since continued. No signs of slowing down, which says a lot. When companies are looking for oil in the same region, they will usually find oil eventually. So this is the sort of project that Jamaica should be the first and perhaps one of the most prominent investors in their own oil offshore reserves. Now, the risk taker is, of course, United Oil. They're in need of drilling partners to spread the risk of drilling. It has a 1 in 5 chance of making a viable oil find, but it hasn't yet convinced any investors to partner with it. So this is the global consensus that there seems to be a low chance of actually finding oil in that region. The problem isn't finding just oil, it's finding the right amount of oil after all. But with so many investment options out there, it seems as if they're struggling to find investors who are willing to aid them in drilling. Because once again, investors work on the highest probability, but there being a low probability as a general public consumption perception, this does not mean that there is a lack of oil. It simply means that it can be more difficult to find. And who knows, as these surveys and discoveries and exploration continues, who knows what else we will unveil about these oil reserves? Where are they exactly? Are they still within Jamaica's shorelines or are they outside of Jamaica's territory? It would be unfortunate if there were oil discoveries outside of Jamaica's territory. It would be unfortunate for Jamaica, but it could be fortunate for another state.
Okay. All
Now,
right.
this is a look at United Oil and Gas, and this is a look at the Walton Morant Lyson. These are the outlined areas in white that they're currently looking for oil reserves. These are the areas they're allowed to look for oil reserves. These are some additional information on what exactly they're expecting to find. 7 billion in barrel on-risk means, mild case on-risk prospective resource. Number of prospects and leads, 21. Those are prospective resource and size. 3D seismic data, 2,250 square kilometers. So as you can see, this discovery is quite extensive. They have a lot of areas to cover. You can imagine something like this, a survey, a project like this, could go on for many years. So the possibilities that the oil is there is almost for certain. It is just finding it and finding the right amount of oil. So the areas that are in yellow are additional leads. These are areas that perhaps need additional survey and research. The areas in orange are the prospect leads. Those are the areas with the strongest results, such as the Thunderball, and on the left-hand side, Calibri. There are additional information on their PDF amongst more additional key information that some people might find quite fascinating. This brings you into more deeper details to understand what's really going on. And these are the kind of informations that they will have provided to potential investors. Investors want as much data as possible. This is their best option to invest based upon. Data is very important. In order to have data, one must do some or at least a little of exploration. These are some additional PDFs to explain even further. The very interesting thing is that almost every country has some form of oil, but the question is, sometimes it's too deep. Every country has gold. Every country has gold, but it's sometimes too deep to reach. You know, gold mines are very fascinating things because they get so deep, sometimes it is just too hot for the drilling materials to even stay in a good condition. There's always gold, there's always oil, but the difficulty is finding it. The difficulty is reaching. It is never so easy to reach. This is the type of survey that they would like to carry out. Large major ships built specifically for drilling, built specifically for surveying. One can imagine this would lead to great economical uptrend for Jamaica. But I believe this is where we'll end the video. Thank you for watching.
All right. Dr. Taylor, we had gone through a lot of information there, right? But two categories that I want for you to discuss as it relates to the advantages and disadvantages, right? Based on what we have heard, it seems like the prospects very high for Jamaica. The probability is very high, right? We can use, Guyana, for example, right? And where, oil had been found in Guyana and Guyana economy, it spun around Guyana's economy, right? We would hope that the situation for Jamaica, right, would be equal to Guyana or even better. Then, of course, that within itself would turn around Jamaica economy. But again, it all depends on the policies of the government. So what say you on this, Dr. Taylor?
Well, where what I would say is, in 1979, ExxonMobil did a study as, one of the massive oil, giants, on the planet. And the study revealed back in, in the 70s, early in the 60s too, that burning fossil fuel will lead to great climate change. And the consequence of climate change are what we're living right now, right? So moving towards fossil fuel and more oil is not helpful to the survival of humanity. And that's where I'd like to start. If we're looking at this thing as an existential threat to the survival of, the planet, life on the planet as we know it, and the quality of life on the planet, then we have to shift to renewable energies, all right? Not, digging up more fossil fuel. So that's where I'd like to start, because we are living in a climate change era. We just see barrel category 4, impact on Jamaica, and we did not even get a direct hit of it, and impact that it has caused on the south coast, and that is directly because we have stronger hurricane coming because of the climate change consequences. We have a warming planet, the oceans are warmer, they make hurricanes stronger, and they make them more and more frequent. And so that is the context in which Jamaica, as an island state, we have to do this risk benefit analysis. And we don't win this war, we don't win, protect our survival if we now start adding, more fossil fuel to the planet. When we're an island in the sun, where wind and solar can meet our needs, more technological advancement there, we can develop a society that is more technologically savvy and sophisticated if we embrace, the new technologies around solar and the new technologies around wind. So while the documentary presents a rosy situation in which Jamaican economy would be more robust, more money comes in, we know what more money can do to our economy and to our country, in terms of transforming it into quote unquote first world society, that it can embrace many new amenities, drive more education, drive more research and development, drive more, other areas, security in the society. But we have to look at this in an overall context. The framework that is in Jamaica in terms of governance is also absent. All right, it's a highly corrupt space in terms of how the government is structured, and this would lead to just more corruption in our society. So from the economic front, it looks most oil nations do well, but what they contribute towards the planet is what we're living now, a climate change, and we can't leave the island at the ground right now. We have just good solar technologies that we just need to expand and adapt. We'd recover much better, from a hurricane. With the infrastructure that you see with the light pole and the wires, where modules are actually set up within the confines of people's home. The recovery could be much better, much faster. Would have a greener space in the country. So you cannot just look at things from an economic perspective around, new oil discoveries and introduction of this as part of the income, source of Jamaica. But we have to look at it holistically, that we're going to add more, greenhouse gases, more fossil fuel burning, warming up the planet more. We need to stay below 1.5. And as of, I think, February 2023 into February 2024, the planet has hit 1.5 degree and above. And so everyone across the Earth is feeling this massive amount of, heat wave across the planet, and it's creating all kinds of problems. It's more drought is happening. It's warming of our seas. What happened when our seas warm? Our seas warm, the coral and the reefs bleach, the coral dies, the reef dies. The strength of the wave that comes into the shore is higher. We have more erosion. All right, our coastline is destroyed. Sea level rises. We live on an island. We have more problems to deal with. So it's not just simple the economics of it. It's the livelihood and the survivability of our people as an island state. We have to look at that when there are alternatives. And I think that's where the national conversation needs to be. Should they, strike oil, along the coast of Jamaica, is risk, of pollution. This is an extractive industry. It's going to do its damage, and we're going to have problems. So, as an environmentalist, someone who's really concerned about just the implication around, fallout from climate change, conflict and drought and food shortages and all of these kind of things that we're going to see, the impact on human lives, more respiratory illnesses, more burden on our healthcare system. The benefits of it won't really, outweigh all the risk that is associated with a small country like ours. You might look at Guyana, you might look at Trinidad, and they're still having their issues there. We have seen what deforestation has done. We're seeing all the conflict that is across the planet and conflict within, our motherland, Africa, as it relates to, oil. It's highly problematic. So I think there are other avenues for us to deal with our energy security, to grow our economy also, that we can, just leave this island on this ground and just focus on the renewables.
Okay, I think that's an excellent point. When we consider the implications to come of that situation as it relates to global warming, because we are seeing the effects of that. So I think everything what you're saying there, right, solid points to be taken, right? The situation as it is, that the politics of the day, right, seems to be driving towards, right, more fossil fuel than going renewable energy, right? And as you said, so basically, you are saying that you are more inclined as it relates to renewable energy. You're not looking into the way of fossil fuel, right? Because that is a catastrophe, futuristically catastrophe down the line, right? And I think I want to agree with you with that as it relates to global warming. We are seeing more aggressive hurricane, right, rising up within the Caribbean belt, right? And we have to realize that, of course, it has to do with global warming, right? So you make some serious, significant point, and that is one of the reasons why, right, I brought you here, right, for you to just explain, right, the implications of this, right? But the question I want to ask you, Dr. Taylor, right, the difficulty of us switching from fossil to renewable energy, how difficult that is, or is it, can we find easier way, right, to switch from fossil fuel to renewable energy? And where is the education driving that, where more people can realize that, okay, fossil fuel is not the way to go, right, because of the potential damages, right? The tremendous education base that need to drive that sort of situation. What are we doing in terms of driving that sort of awareness?
Yeah. So I don't know all the government initiative that they are taking now in terms of a broader education across the country as the benefit, right? But I know there are some incentive, I think, running also through national housing trusts that are now giving loans to put on solar panels on homes. I have several friends who are who have done so. So there are some incentive there, but a larger policy, yes, and a bigger rollout across the country, because listen, the panels of their efficiency has greatly improved over the last couple of decades, and they're very efficient system. and it can work. So I don't see why not that most of the houses that are now being built in Jamaica are not built with the capacity to, of solar panel to drive, these households. It must be, a government and, probably, public and private partnership that will drive the transition, to more renewables, because we know some of it can be, cash intense, and so you need that kind of partnership. The educational program, needs to be tied, to educating our next generation and on the current one of the benefits, and what that really means. It means that you're protecting the national resources of the country. You're protecting your shoreline, you're protecting your ocean, you're protecting the biodiversity because, as we're talking about this climate change, the polar caps are melting, the sea levels are rising, the oceans are warming up, and you're going to kill off everything in the sea. And if you do that, then, our life on this planet, is dated. We have big problems. So you have to tie the education as to why, it is necessary to make this transition. And I don't think the people are against it. All right. We get strangled all on the planet by big oil for many, many generations now. And there's a lot of cover up. And that's what that Exxon report showed, that there was a lot of cover up in order to promote the continuous use of fossil fuel on the planet, right? Even though the scientists did their internal work and show that this will lead to a climate crisis that we are seeing right now. So that's no secret anymore. So we don't need to really be, going back in time. We need to move forward. That's what we need to do now, move forward. So whatever policy that the government need to put in place, whatever incentive that they need to do, and I said they're doing some, they need to accelerate them, they need to improve up on them. And, maybe you need to just open up the solar market, to bring these things in tax-free. I'm not sure if they are coming in tax-free. So, the burden on who wants to do them, you need to train more engineers in installation so the price, can go down. So does not cost you exorbitant installation fee to do so. So all of these kind of programs can be done to just lower, the bar for the entry, inside the space. And, we have a lot of mountain ranges that we can install a lot of wind turbines, to drive and add to, the renewable base of the country. And these can be done. And, many of these, as I said, government can participate. And this is also help the conversation now that talks about decentralization of the monopoly that JPS have on power distribution in the country. Because now that you're opening up renewable more, there are more independent, spaces that can. We see big push in more electric cars, across the spaces. And so, these things are, good. They're, cutting on carbon emissions, right? Someone is posting about hydro, all these kind of other, renewable sources that we can. So if the country position itself in an economic way, just as I say, it position itself that, I'm going to build out my tourism industry per se. I'm going to build out renewable energies in Jamaica more. We can get the job done. Jamaica can be, a leader in the Caribbean in renewable energies, right? I think the country is big enough, I think, there's enough investment capital in the country. I think with the right kind of leadership that opens up, all different kind of, financial scheme that allows, even people of lower socioeconomic, status to really, enjoy or can, afford solar panels. I think, we can go a far way, and recover from a hurricane could be faster. The power distribution would be decentralized. Just imagine you had your own module set up in your backyard. Hurricane come, you just dismantle it. You put it away. Hurricane done, you just deal with it again. And many of these panels are also been built to withstand hurricane force wind. With modern kind of roofing infrastructure. I have a friend whose panels stayed on his roof throughout the hurricane, and they were fine. So I think the policies can be done. The willingness of the government, can do so. They just need to expand the programs that they're having now. Bring on more on stream. Just make this thing more financially affordable for people. And I think it's a win-win situation for the Jamaican people, for the environment. And that's what we want.
I fully agree with you, Dr. Taylor. Everything what you said there, right? And it's all about the government giving simple access, to renewable energy, solar panels, and so forth. So it has to be a policy situation and a policy position, and where the politics of the day drive that sort of situation as it relates to moving towards renewable energy. But I tell you something, and this is where capitalism sort of hang on its vicious hand wrapping around the government, right, as it relates to, JPS, right? Don't want to, open or aid, right, within that access. Ratty, do you have anything to say here? I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Taylor, because you were talking about beach access, and we want to get into a little of that, into the beach access. But let me just hear what Ratty has to say as it relates to what we are talking about.
Yeah, there's not much. Yeah, there's not much more I can add to what Dr. Taylor said, except just a few minor things. Some people might consider it major, but keeping in mind that our prime minister is a poster child for climate change, right? You see them parading him all over the Caribbean and Europe and whatever, and this is a guy who's going to lead the charge for for renewable energy in the Caribbean. Far from it. Yeah, far from it. One of the things, Doc mentioned the ecological impact. I would, and that's real. But here's another impact. I see this oil business as the new bauxite. And you see what them do with bauxite. You see, it would take a long time before a prime minister stood up and said, no, we're not giving away our natural resource. We want 51%. We want control over it. I am, based on the video you played, I am highly suspicious that this government would seek to do that. I cannot trust these people. And it's not based on a feeling, it's based on facts.
Yeah, they cannot be trusted.
Yeah. And I just believe that they're going to sell out the people of Jamaica. That 40% that the guy talked about, 40% of the gross revenue coming from oil would come to the government. Yes. You know how much of that money would be spent on vulnerable communities, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, most of that money would be in Miami. It would be in St. Lucia. It would be in the Bahamas, Cayman, Switzerland, and all over the place. It wouldn't be in Jamaica. We know that. So I just worry about that. And then they come up with this ambitious plan saying that by 2030, they plan to move to 50% of the total energy output coming from renewable energy. And as of last year, because a group of students, I think from Princeton, went down to Jamaica and did a study, and the study is published. And as of last year, they said Jamaica has only accomplished 12%. Wow. Remember now, they said 50% in 6 years. And as of right now, they've only done 12%. And they're not seeing a desire for them to move forward in that direction and say, okay, we're committed to this. They're not seeing it because it's the same old. It's JPS and the South Koreans and whoever else, investors, and it's just not happening for the people of Jamaica. And so one of the things that came out of the study was that the high level of theft of electricity, it's very, very high, and it's like there's nothing really being done about it. So the cost, they can't contain the cost. And as of right now, Jamaica pays one of the highest electricity. They have one of the highest electricity costs in the world right now. So I don't know how they're going to get out of this. The oil business, I don't know. The other thing also too is I would, as an investor, I would look to see how close is this to another country's territory. I see where they put it up, the thing, but I would want more exact information, because I wouldn't want to invest in something thinking that Jamaica has rights to it, and the next thing you know, you hear that is Haiti or the Dominican Republic, or I wouldn't want that. So I would be, and I'm not. This doesn't excite me, and I'll tell you why it doesn't excite me.
Yes.
Because based on what the gentleman said in the video, it's not something that's going to happen right now.
Right now, yes.
He said they have to do a whole bunch of studies, and then they have to convince people to invest, right? So they have to bring the material to people and say, look, we need investors because here is how much oil is under the sea. And once we start pumping, you're going to get a return on your investment, whatever the percentage is. Yes. And before you get to that point, it's a whole lot of spending and research and mapping and all of that. So, but I wish them all the best.
Yes. Uriel said something in the chat. Let me see if I can answer Uriel. Uriel said, but what about movement in transportation and other things that are dependent on oil and gas? Well, when it comes to transportation, that is, well, I see where they are moving towards electrical vehicles, right? And if the education spread across the globe and, and the globe as it relates to that education, right? Having the awareness of the potential danger that lies ahead, right? If we continue down the fossil line and we want to fix the globe, right? And corporate, because this boils down to corporate greed, And if corporate decided that, okay, all right, we are going to make a unification in terms of moving towards that, then that within itself, right, would fix itself. What you say, Dr. Taylor, where Mr. Uriel question is concerned?
Well, I mean, as you mentioned, buses now are electric. All right.
Exactly.
I mean, so the entire planet are building out fleets of electric vehicles.
Exactly.
There's conversation about weaning ourselves off fossil fuel, and I mean, the liquefied natural gas that we have as a transition, which is a little less CO2 burn from that, was kind of like help us with this transition. We kind of get rid of the petrol, get rid of the gas, and go there, and then to finally get off it completely. Exactly. The alternatives are already here.
Yes.
I mean, it die. I mean, we're seeing just great improvement in battery life. We're seeing just more efficient, solar cell, and so we can build grids now that are powered off solar and wind that can feed into, our homes more. One of the things that we also need to do in Jamaica, Jamaica have a heap of car on the road, and our public transportation system need to be improved. We can improve that by putting in, light rail that is powered by electricity that, comes off of a renewable grid. We can put in, all kinds of trams that I see they're doing in some of the big cities now, in the middle of the roads. I mean, and they're also powered off electricity. So there are all kind of creative ways to do this. And I think when you start do them things in your society, you start build expertise, you start, drive some more research and development. You start find creative ways as to how to, to get more out of, what you're producing. And that's the direction to go in. I think going, back to oil is a step, in the past, and we don't want to do that. Well, it's very clear, that climate change is real. It's happening. And, one of the biggest driver is fossil fuel. Trapping CO2 in the air, warming up the planet, melting the caps, warming up the ocean, killing off the coral, killing off the reef, destroying our species, more flood, stronger hurricane. I mean, the thing is just real. It's just really, really real. So why would we go there when there are alternate solutions? We just need to invest in them. Now, when we talk about, these spaces are expensive to invest in. This is where, there's creative solutions, and I'm not in the energy economic space, but I'm sure there are many kind of sophisticated financing ways of doing this. lots of partnership. You know, I mean, I will see there's a huge partnership with Jamaica and China in terms of building road infrastructure. China is one of the leading producers of solar panels in the world. I mean, China is one of the biggest maker of electric cars in the world. I mean, you know, engaging the Chinese along these lines, you know, I think could potentially benefit the Jamaican economy. You know, and I know there are views of the Chinese out there, but, you know, our statesmen can be skilled enough to know how and what we negotiate within the, you know, the Ratigan say more corruption. You know what I mean? But these are things that we can think about and do. So there's no need to go back to fossil. No need. As how nice it look and that fruit that dangle before you. And you say, yeah, yes, man, you know, billions are coming at the economy and we're okay and nice up yourself. You know, you just have write your death sentence. You know what I mean? We cannot get to 2 degrees, you know, above pre-industrial level. You know, it is an extinction event. Okay, wow. We lose many species on the planet. It happening.
Yeah. And we went above 1.5, right?
For the first time last February, I think we went to 1.5 and it held. It's still there. I mean, and Jamaica is it hot all across the world, hot right now. Everybody are complaining about the heat. Why is it? You know, I mean, some of it, yes, you know, is tied to El Nino. You know what I mean? But most of it is linked to man-made climate change. That is as a result of burning fossil fuel for many decades. And so we cannot continue along this line. It's an environmental disaster. And we're a small island. We can't afford that. We can't deal with insecurity around our food source, our ocean. I mean, this would also destroy, tourism, which it's said to be 30% of GDP. I mean, with all of the erosion that is happening, I mean, just imagine, you know, you have compromising one of those oil wells and the pollution that we have to deal with in an island like Jamaica with our 494 miles around the island. Big problem. So I don't think we need to go down this pathway. I think, you know, there's many other economic space that Jamaica can participate in that can grow our economy and we leave the island at the ground.
Okay, very good. Well, all right, we are going to leave that alone because I think we got a lot of education from that and we understand where Dr. Taylor is going, right? So Dr. Taylor is for renewable energy, Mystic Sensation is for renewable energy, and of course, Ratigan is also for renewable energy. So that
good governance.
Right, but you know, I mean, it has to take that global effort, right, in achieving that task. We have to be sensitized in terms of what is transpiring now, right? As you said, right, that we have now reached that 1.5 mark, and we only can, you know, touch there because if we go 2, then we are looking at extinction. Do we want to reach there? No, right? So then it has to be a global effort, right? Wonderful education coming from Dr. Taylor. So Dr. Taylor, where we are going to move the argument to, we are going to move the argument to beach access. The last time we had that conversation, you were talking, I think you said you have 4 cases in court, right? Tell us the status on those cases.
Yes, those cases are ongoing. This week, the case around Little Duns River was in the court. You know, finally that community have had their trial date set. So, you know, arguments, you know, on the merit of the case will be February in 2025. I think the trial starts in February 10th, you know, where all the arguments will be presented there and, you know, litigated around the community's rights to that space. And, you know, the government, which is the UDC, you know, claims that, you know, the community don't have a prescriptive rights there. And so that will be dealt with in February. There is a case management, I think, sometime in October of 2024. So, you know, that case have moved forward. The Blue Lagoon again, that case, the trial date has been set. I think those are for November. So that is also moving along. The Bob Marley Beach, that one is also moving along. That was also called up, like the day before Beryl Blue. That was when that one was in the court. So that has also been put off, and a new date have been set. The Mommy Bay case is in August. So all 4 cases are proceeding. The communities that are impacted, and Jamaica at large, of interest in seeing how these cases really get resolved, because as we know it, of the 494 miles around the country, we have less than 2.5 miles of access. It's a very small amount, despite the talk about Jamaica of over 60 public beaches. It's a very small real estate that we have, and most of this expansion is within the private hotels and villas, and we just need to really share the space. I mean, we just need to share it. We need to open up conservation easements so Jamaican can access. We need to change the legislation. We're hoping that the prescriptive rights that all this community and JABEM is using to push for this more access, equitable access, rights of access. We can be triumphant. This is a win for the country, because that would mean that we defeat a colonial era legislation, and we would share these beaches with our tourist friends that come and enjoy the best beaches, and they'll realize that the exchange would be great. They'll meet some really great Jamaicans. We're hoping that also the kind of tourism model that the Jamaica embrace, which is an all-inclusive, that we can move away from that, and then broader economic benefits can be felt by the communities in and around these spaces. We're hoping that the hospital system, the school system, can benefit more, that more money from tourism will stay in the country and benefit the country. Because people think that, we're anti-tourism. We're not anti-tourism. What we're anti is that, as a result of the policies of the government, they have commandeered most of the coastal spaces and exclude the people. And this is Jamaica is is the only country in the Caribbean that does that. And the Caribbean is a massive tourism space. All of us coming out of plantation economy, and Jamaica maintain a plantation tourism model. That locks out its population, locks out its people, and that is just something that we have to push back on. And I'm hoping this administration of so far not eat the cause and not look critically at our history, not look critically at the impact that this is having, not only on the whole social justice, reparative justice angle, but also the environmental piece, right? Yeah. The environmental piece is that the tourism model is extractive. You comes in, you build a hotel pretty much in the sea, on the sand. You remove all the vegetation, you destroy the coastal spaces, and those things have impact on biodiversity. It has impact, to really deals with the mitigation against rising sea level. There are a lot of problems that you change the flow of the coastal space, and so we just need to be mindful that this argument is just not rooted in what is the right thing and rights in a country, but also rights that you have to really pay attention to as far as the environment is concerned. All right, and so we hope that this can force the conversation into a space where new laws are adopted, new legislation are passed to benefit both the rights of the people and the rights of the environment.
Well, let me say to you, Dr. Taylor, because to me, you're like our Moses, right? Honestly fighting as it relates to beach access. However, the Constitution as it is discriminatory, right? Based on how the Constitution written as it relates to the Beach Act of
1956. It's not per se the Constitution.
Yes.
It's just a legislation that was written that regulates our coastal space. The
Yes.
Constitution does speak that every Jamaican should have a right, to a clean and safe environment and ecological heritage that we do think, not think, but we know that beaches and rivers and mountains and lagoons and wetlands are part of the ecological heritage of Jamaica. And so,
Exactly.
I mean, we should abide by those, but we don't. All right, we exclude our people from them, and so I think those section in the Charter of Rights needs to be strengthened. We need to
Yes.
clarify them, and we need to a whole section need to be on environmentalism.
All
And
right.
this is going to look at the climate change. It's going to look at how we protect the biodiversity, the resources of the country. I think we are in that era right now because we can't uncouple ourselves from our environment. We cannot do it. You take all the trees down and destroy these species, and we destroy ourselves. So I think the Charter of Rights are a separate component within the Constitution should address environmentalism.
All right. And as I said, you are our, of course, Black Moses, right, in this time. But let me just ask you a little thing before you go, just to, strengthen our confidence, because I believe that what you're doing, right, to me, I think, we are looking on might be a possible win, utilizing the prescriptive rights. How confident are you as it relates to, bringing across a point, right, as it relates to the success of what you're fighting for, utilizing the prescriptive right?
I mean, the prescriptive right has been used before. I mean, it has been used in one of the most successful cases in Jamaica, which is the case of Winifred Beach. All right, and Winifred Beach is one of the protected space. We know that the government is after it to try to, control the space, but that case was won clearly through prescriptive rights for the Jamaican people. And so, if you're using a track and a roadway that for a minimum of 20 years, you should be able to continue to do so. I mean, and that is a provision that affords some rights, and we are left pretty much that legislation to try to defend access to the beaches, and we should not in a modern Jamaica doing that. We should really open up these spaces, and I'm confident, right, that we will hold, and we the people the people will be triumphant. I am very confident of that. And I'm also confident that, the Beach Control Act will be replaced and repealed by some administration. I mean, clearly, it's not going to be by this one, unless some, miracle happen.
Yeah, we know what this one is all about.
But I'm open that a future administration or one beyond that, or this is a generally is a generational kind of a fight, because from pre-1956 these issues were happening, and the fisher folks and people were complaining. It's been happening for a very long time, and they fought and they fought. I mean, and we are here, some 60 something years later, still fighting that fight. And there are those of us who will not give up, will keep reminding the system that we need to have rights in our country. And future generation will keep on fighting. And so I know that these laws will not prevail in perpetuity. They must go away. There will be, generations of Jamaicans that will make right. I mean, we're asking for reparative justice. We're asking for it from England, and we're asking it for it internally. And so I think we'll come to our senses that to build an inclusive Jamaican family, right? To build, a juster society, that we need to address many of the structural systems and the legacy and vestiges of colonialism, and these are some of them that we need to remove. And there will be, it's just a matter of time. We just have to just keep doing what we are doing, and we'll see them, these things fall.
So there you have it, people. Dr. Devon Taylor, right, had given us, quite a lot tonight. And, there we have it on record where, of course, the prescriptive rights are used in terms of, winning the Winifred Beach access. And of course, yes, we are on part for justice. Dr. Devon, before you go, do you have any platform? Because if people can run over to your platform, I would like to send them over to your platform for them to be educated as well. Because trust me, I have learned a lot from you tonight. So do you have a platform, sir, where we could just put it into the chat and ask people to just go over by you, support you, and strengthen you, right? And where they can be educated as well. Do you have a platform?
Yes, they can visit jabem.org.
So jabem.org. Do you want to put it in the chat? Yes.
Right. And
jabem.org. People, here is Dr. Devon Taylor, right, advocating as it relates to beach access for all Jamaicans, right? This man, right, trust me, is our hero and he's doing good for us. I want to say, Dr. Devon, right, big thanks. Oh, stop. Go ahead, Ratty.
But just want to ask Doc one quick question.
Sorry,
Doc, no worries, Doc. You mentioned the section L in the Constitution of the freedom of fundamental
rights, yeah.
freedom. Right. And section L talks about, and I think you quoted it accurately, it referred to a healthy and productive environment, free from threat of injury, damage from environmental abuse and degradation, right? And so you were saying that kind of like that sets the tone for the constitutional argument that you're making. No, put that for aside a bit. I read through the Constitutional Reform Committee's recommendations, and I saw where Jabem made some submissions. No, I see where Jabem made some submissions, right? No, I don't know if you're aware of it, but last week they had two meetings. They had one on Monday, and I think the second one was on Wednesday or Thursday. And someone asked them the question about beach access. And they said, we're not concerned about that right now because we're looking at provisions that are deeply entrenched. And beach access, it's not one of them. No, did they mention this to you? And if they did, why didn't you use the argument on the fundamental rights and freedoms, section L, to say, no, we believe that this should be a deeply entrenched provision? Because what they're saying is deeply entrenched provisions only have to do with replacing the monarchy, certain things having to do with parliament, voting, and the Senate and the. So can you just shed some light on that for us, please?
Well, yes, a very good question, because we are also trying to figure out and find what were the suggestions and recommendations that Jabem made to the Constitutional Committee, because we never did a formal submission. We're trying to understand it. We have at one of their town hall meeting in Portland, we had a lot of our representatives there, just kind of, highlighting big concerns as Portland is concerned around access rights and environmentalism. And I'm not sure if that's where they, make their notes to say that, Jabem supporters were saying that, we would need to remove the Beach Control Act. We need to replace these with fundamental rights, because we have not submitted any documents. We have had a discussion, and they told us that this is not for phase one, that they would look at these things for phase two. We did not get an invite to do a formal submission or a presentation to the Constitutional Committee. So that is, actually, a misrepresentation, if you will, that we made a formal submission. We did not. And what recommendations that we make, we did not make these formal recommendations in writing. We expressed them in a public town hall, and I'm not sure if that's what they're mentioning, because absolutely we'll be unequivocally clear about what needs to be removed, what needs to be included, and how these things are violation of rights. And we, I express, to Dr. Spence that this deserves to be in phase 1 because it's a rights issue that would empower the people of Jamaica, more so. And so, no, we did not. And so I am not surprised that they could fall back on no, submission that was made by Jabem, because they would not have a document to read from unless it's their personal notes that they got from a town hall. So it's misrepresentation.
Well, if you just take, I don't know if you've done it, but if you just take the time and just spend a few seconds and just look at the section for submissions, they have about 19 or whatever the numbers, a long list of people who have submitted stuff to them for consideration, and Jabem is listed there. So it just piqued my curiosity as to what did you submit to them and how did they treat it?
Yeah, we saw it, and we're trying to understand it as well, and we have so far not been able to. But we are saying this, we have been saying this publicly across the country, and I know they know it's an issue, right? It's been included in the manifesto of both the JLP and the PMP. In their budget presentation, they have both commented on it. They know it categorically that beach access is a problem in Jamaica, right? They know we are losing it. And what we never had, we're not regaining it. And it needs to change. It needs to fundamentally change. All right. And I would appeal, to Jamaicans to say, listen, it's 2024. More likely we're going to have an election in 2025. All right. That you need to know what you want. All right. And if you want more, or you want your beach spaces to be space of equity, equality, of access and fundamental rights, then you have to tell the people that you are supporting that they need to really advocate on your behalf to change these laws, to change them fundamentally to benefit your rights. And so you need to be politically engaged, because the solution is a political one. It's going to take a political party or both parties to agree in a bipartisan way that we need to change the legislation so it benefits the people. And this is what voters must do. Vote for things which are within your self-interest. And you must, tell your MP, tell your councillor, them say, this we want. We would like this, just fall in line with the rest of the Caribbean, if you will. Barbados and Trinidad and, someone put up here Cayman and Bahamas and St. Lucia and Vincent and the Grenadines and Antigua, all these other Caribbean islands that people have rights to go up on them beach, to go use beaches that, tourists are using, all around their country. And Jamaica needs to do the same. We need to write these things in our law. It would be great to include them in the Constitution, that we make all Jamaican beach public. We create conservation easement to access them. And the argument is going to be made that is land rights that Jamaican people want. Access to land so they can walk over land and get to the beaches. You can keep your hotels on your land, stop, degrade our environment, and we can all live together happily. This is not a separate but equal. This is not no exclusion. This is a rights issue that I think we finally need to really get a hold of and change. And I don't think it's hard to do. It's not hard to do. We just need to commit to the people of the country and do what's best for the people of the country. That is what we need to do. Collective security. We need to pull ourselves together and know say a solidarity we are dealing with all our people. This kind of, capitalism that take it over and the full privatization of the coastline, is just harmful. We cannot continue along this line. It's just capitalism run amok. It's a new kind of hotel plantation that we are built. The benefit with people as much as all them project it. And we need to move away from it. And it can be done. We just need the political, willingness and the maturity. And we need our people, they must stand up to, because the people have to know what they want. The people them have to know what they want. Listen, I am not the first person. There are many before me who come and highlight this problem and talk about it. Many people fight. Dr. Carlin Cooper write endlessly about this. Kabu Mahat Karo, Diana McCalla, I mean, there's many that really laid out there that deals with it and say that it needs to stop. And they have been saying this for years and years. And other environmental groups have really deal with it. John Maxwell, them, whole heap of other people out there. These things has been written in newspaper. Dr. Maziki Thiem have written about these kind of structural injustice as it relates to beaches in our country. There's a lot of people out there that are saying it, have said it. And so we just continuing with it, and others will pick up the baton and keep it going. So we are saying the country needs to just wise up and know. So you have to ask for things that you need. Exactly. You have to demand that we need this. An election will come up and it's a good time now for tell a man, say, boy, you need to, advocate for what, we want to look on North Coast. Ochi lockdown, no beach, no left down there. Look how Jamaica is in them time and you can't just run out of your village and jump in the sea. You lock out. Why you can't do that? The whole of Montego Bay, you pent up. You don't have these recreational green spaces, where you can go and just relax at the end of the day. These are the kind of things that, I think improve the quality of life of our people. Acceptance and rights in your country. And at them thing we have to ask, can our leaders, meet the call of our nation? We see very low, and these moments normally call for solidarity. Everybody coming together, working together to pull out the country out of a disaster. We need to see us working together for common good. And at that way, I said, just press on, man, and ask for these things and demand them, push hard, vote on issues that concerns you. And we are asked the 70% to come off of the fence who don't vote and participate. I know, sir, we just don't trust this system because, it look like both of these guys are dealing with the same kind of thing. But, just search for the issues them that matters to you, hear these issues and raise them with your potential MPs and, and push them and push the dialogue. We control the dialogue out there, What we want if we suddenly get up and say, we need more solar panels in our country. We need to move green. The leaders have to listen. We need more land to open up to agriculture. They have to listen. We need to start initiate some more farming in the sea. They will listen. It's just what we are trying to push the political class for hear us. Push them. You have to push them. You can't sit down and expect them to do what you have in your head. Get involved in whatever is impacting you, because they might take our beach access right today. They might come for some other rights tomorrow. They might tell us you can't go hills and you can't go mountain. You might have to start pay for the area breeding. And we actually already are pay for it because there are certain places where highly polluted and condensed and, a certain kind of people living there and then some other people living in hills and mountains and can afford better quality water, better quality air, more, robust infrastructure. All of these kind of inequality exists already. And they will only get worse if we don't band together and push for what we want.
Exactly. Wonderful. So what Dr. Taylor is saying, right? Please make beach access on the ballot, because that is plain and simple what Dr. Taylor is saying, right? Talk to those potential MP candidate, make them know that is one of your interests for your vote, right? And make them be in line with what you need, right? Make beach access on the ballot, right, and moving towards solar. These are really serious, right, issues that concern us, right? So I want to say, Dr. Taylor, once again, a big thanks for having you here, sir. Right, we have been educated by you, And, you know, we appreciate that, right? And we are looking forward to have you again on the program. Dr. Taylor, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Blessings, brother.
All right, Ratigan. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So, Ratty, you and I left back here, you know, and you know, if you have Bangarang, you know, as it relates to what we are going to touch next, you know, Ratty.
Something.
Yes, you
Yes.
have something in the background here.
We have Bangarang to come. So, we're going to start the Bangarang right now, you know. So,
Yeah,
all right.
That have to do with the issue area is with the lease flat.
Possibly.
Hold on. Let me
You want me to
check the
highlight
phone.
from here that where you sent it?
Huh?
I see it in the background there.
I don't hear you.
The document, what you
Let me
need to
check it.
highlight. You have it on the I'm seeing it, but it's not clear.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen with you.
Oh, you're sharing the
Okay.
screen. Oh,
All
that's what I'm asking. So when you're ready, you want me to highlight it now?
Yeah, if you want, you can highlight it. It's just something I want to show. I don't know if you've seen this document.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
There we go. This is the 800 million project where we talk about.
What?
Yeah, this is 800 million, and this is the Forest Hill Civic Association. This is the group of people affected by what's going on.
Whoa.
And this is what they did, and I'll just show you a little bit. They reach out to a whole bunch of right here. They talk about how it was approved and what happened. No, by the way, I have a ATI with NEPA and KCMC for the original documents because the people them can't get them documents. But that is what they were supposed to. This is what they were supposed to do: 6 2-story townhouse, 2 3-story apartment blocks, right? And you see where it said block C and E containing basement for entertainment. She actually put housing in the basement with balcony, but you can't see it from the front. It's at the back. So we have all of those documents. But this is the place right here. No, this is, you see where they want to bring this is where they want to bring the road in. The road originally was supposed to be over here.
Yes.
That was it. Then they move it over here. These are the people. This plot right here. The owners, they're in court with her. They actually sold her this section. This section, right? We say Unit B and Unit D. Right. They sold her that section. She owned this section. So they sold her this section. And then she started putting like right here. Where is it? It's you can't see, but she started putting up like parking lots on the latest section. And then when they finish with this road, it's going to run across our veranda.
Yes.
Run across our veranda. And then the absorption, there's a whole bunch of violation. That's another view of it. That's
whoa.
This is where the folks who sold her the lot, they still live there. And they sold her this, and then see she's getting ready to build another one here, which she shouldn't.
But Ratty, what I wanted to speak about as it relates to what the permit, right, allowed her to do, because
all right.
Yes, that is what I wanted to speak on, right?
See, Titus, huh? No, it's 2.6 acre, right?
Yes.
And then at 2.6 acres, they have something called a density plan, which says you can only get a certain amount of rooms on a certain piece of land.
Yes.
And up there, you're only supposed to get 2.678. Right? But somehow she got approval for 95.
So how she got that approval?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get the approval from them now. And then look at what they found out. They found out that she has already gone in excess of 120 rooms.
What?
Originally, she should only have 78 because of the 2.6 acres. She's only supposed to have 78, but she's gone over 120. And remember, look at this. Remember, I showed you that this right here, Unit G, that hasn't been built yet.
Whoa.
Right? And then this one back here, Kevin Odea, because I would show you what happened is that it's below some of these. You said she built this 6-story thing here.
Yes.
She claims that it's 3-story because at the ground level it's only 3 floors go up, but at the
No,
back
that's true.
it's 6. At the back it's 6,
Yeah.
and she turned the basement into apartments. We have the plans. We saw the plans. She turned the basement into apartments right here. Into, I think all of them are like 1 bedrooms because you can see the bedroom, the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen, all of that right here. So she hasn't finished building it, but all of this is on hold right now. But this is what she should only be looking at 78 rooms, and somehow they give her 95.
And then
she's
she
gone.
extended to 120.
She's gone. Yeah, she's gone more than 120.
So then, so now Ratty, we can understand why after the People's National Party won KSMAC, that was the reason for her to go down to the office and faint.
Yeah, because right now what they're supposed to do, you see this right here. You see this right here, this building, this unit F.
Yes.
Unit F. What they're supposed to do with unit F now? If she's gonna say it's 6 floors, it's 3 floors because she got the permit to build a 3-story and some 2-story. Let me go back and look and see up here. So where it's all right, here it is. She's supposed to build 6 2-story and 2 3-story.
Okay.
Right? But this is 6 stories. This one right here, unit F.
Yes.
But she's saying it's 3 because what happened is where the land is, the elevation right here.
Yes.
3 of them below. 3 of them are below the surface level, right? But she count them as she count them as apartments. She's planning to sell them as apartments or rent them because we have the plans and the 3 of them below, they're supposed to be basement apartments. And in that area, basement apartments can only be for entertainment and storage. You can't use it for you can't use it for residential living. And back here, 3 of the apartments in this F, they're below the level of the ground right here.
What a bumper on this.
Right. So that's why that's where she get her 120. And you see where she have this one right here. She have this one, this unit G, it hasn't gone up yet. But what happened is that the let me go back and show you. See it right here. Yes. You can see this is where the road is supposed to be, right where you see unit AA. That is where the road is supposed to be. But somehow she got a permit, it looks like, to build another one there. So then she moved the entrance over here. And now she's on the lady's property.
So, I mean, but that permit that she had gotten to do that cannot be legal, Ratty. Think of what I'm saying.
To violate the original permit.
Right? Ratty?
Yeah.
She violate the original permit. So she get an extended permit to do what? That has to be illegal.
Yeah, unit AA. So what I'm hoping for is that once we get the plans, then we're gonna go to KSMC and we're going to NEPA and say, listen, what will happen now is that
yes.
What will happen is that this 6-story one right here,
yes,
she'll have to knock 3 of the floors off.
That's right, because that's what others would have to do. So it should have.
Yeah, she'll have to take off 3 of the floors. If she's saying this is, if she's selling them as apartments and it's 6 floors, she only has permit for 3 floors. So she has to take off the top 3 floors.
So she's in breach.
She's in breach right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to ask another question because Syrian Sue have something there that I wanted to ask. And here is what Syrian Sue is asking. I'm asking that same question too. Can that parcel of land accommodate that scale of development? Because this is going to put pressure on the sewage system.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because here it is again, right? This is a lady's house right here. Yeah. And they want to build the road, come down right here. And they already started mash up the woman property already. And then they wanted to build
this.
Yeah, and I think they want to build right here. They want to build some car parks right here. When I look at the plan, this is what it looks like. So they're gonna build a car park on the lady's property. It looks like.
One
And then this is a sewage thing, you know. This one used to write us all.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be like 3 things that they're supposed to build, and it's only one. But look where they're below it. And remember, they had an earthquake the other day, you know, up that area, and you see we're right below it.
Wow.
What is this right below it?
But if you look on Unit F,
These are-
Unit F doesn't look safe where it is.
But
If you have an earthquake, because Unit
Yeah.
F,
And look where they're below Unit F.
touch Unit G.
yes.
And look what's below Unit F.
is touched.
Houses below Unit F.
Houses below, exactly. So I mean, in terms of she going up, the height that she's going up, you understand? Isn't that to risk other people's property? The properties below?
Yes, yeah, no. This is from another view. If this come down, see the house, they have house right here.
My
And they
goodness.
have another house over this side right here. There's another house somewhere over here. You can see it right there. There you go.
Yes.
And this is a sewage thing that they're building right here.
Right.
And by the way,
Ratty, let
Yeah.
me ask a question. Hold on, Ratty. If she's building a sewage thing right there, as it relates to the side, does the side test? Because over a period of time, right, that sewage can sleep under and go down and affect other people. They consider that?
well, let me tell you something else. It's limestone. And when they started
goodness.
drilling, the rocks right now, they have fissures in them. So what happened is that the sewage is gonna leak. It's gonna leak out into the it's gonna leak out of that area and
Yes.
flow over wherever it can flow to.
But this is unacceptable. And this is the Prime Minister wife. This is the person, Ratty, who is the Speaker of the House. This is the
Yeah.
person who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee.
Yeah. See it right there, so
No,
right there.
look, Jamaica need to see this. Look at this. This is
They're right on the
open
hillside.
disrespect.
You know, and you know what? Because they had an earthquake the other day, they need to go back out there and figure out, okay, did it cause any damage? You know what I mean? They need to go back out there and figure this one out, because
Yes.
that's gonna be a problem.
But
And you know,
Ratty,
let me see. Yeah,
we have this as a problem, right? As it relates to what is going on there. But
Right.
the bigger portion of the problem, Ratty, is the cost of this development, 800 million that she uttered in court. We are not seeing that on the statutory declaration, you know, Ratty.
right.
That is a bigger problem. She
Yes.
has this problem, and she has the other problem in terms of that $800 million project not reflecting on the statutory declaration.
Right.
So this is serious.
Well, I can tell you, they're in for. All right, here it is. Our
Okay.
5 floors. You see this, everything. These 2 floors, they have to go. Because see, this is considered basement. Here's the level of the ground, and they dig out the hillside, and so this is supposed to be the first 2 floors. Wait a minute, it looks like it's the first 3 floors. Yeah, the first 3 floors are supposed to be cut ends like right there. First
Yeah.
3 floors, right? The first 3 floors are supposed to be for storage
Mm-hmm.
or entertainment, but you have them. When you look at the plans, they're 1-bedroom apartments, and I think they're like several 1-bedroom apartments here.
Wow.
And here is a sewer thing right there.
Exactly. But and you have people homes below the sewage
Below
stage.
it, right?
So you will
Right.
have leakage. That is disrespectful. That is disrespectful, Ratty.
Yep. All right. Here's the sewage thing. Here's the
Unbelievable.
sewage thing. Here's what they say. The means of sewage treatment shall be to the satisfaction of the Ministry of Health. That's what the regulations say.
Yes.
But what you're supposed to have, and I checked it with a friend of mine, who's a developer in Jamaica, you're supposed to have a chlorine chamber, you're supposed to have a gravel filter bed, and you're supposed to have an absorption pit.
They have all of that, Ratty?
No. Here, you look at indicative breach. It says to date, there's no evidence of this type of sewage treatment being constructed, as only an absorption pit is currently observed on the ground. So there's no gravel filter bed and there's no chlorine chamber. They can't see that.
This is serious.
And here's the thing, the Water Commission say that they will not extend their sewage treatment in this area. So what happens is that she's going to have to put these things in. But like when people look, here's the this what you're looking at right here. That's the absorption pit.
Yes.
But they can't find the gravel bed and the gravel filter bed and the chlorine chamber.
And
they can't find them.
This is the woman who sits.
Here's a picture. Here's the absorption pit right there.
There it is.
You see below it. You see below.
Right. So what happened to the homes below that?
Well, we'll move it over. See there? They're right on the side. Right on the they're right on the side of the hill. So if you have an earthquake, I remember now, it's limestone up there. And when they drill, it start cause fissures in the rocks already. Cause problems already. So the people in below that gotta help them.
No, but this is disrespect. This is the government that the people then vote for, supposed to respect the people's rights, right? And they're abusing the people's rights. Abusing the people's rights. And yet, here is Andrew Holness' wife, is the Speaker of the House and sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee, right? Overseeing her own investigation. That cannot be right. This cannot be right. Right? This is totally, you know.
And then you know what happened? These people actually wrote to the Prime Minister and he has not responded to them. They wrote to him about this, you know, and see, it was approved for chlorine chamber, gravel filter bed, absorption pit. But they said there's no evidence of biodigester, gravel filter bed, and chlorine chamber. It's only this absorption pit. So
that project need to be stopped.
Yeah, them take over green space. Them don't know the green space. It's a whole heap of things.
It's a whole lot of mess.
This is what you call bad man government.
Yep.
Bad man government. This.
The Florence.
Yeah. Parking is a problem again. See, these people they did their homework.
Well, here's Florence Brown asking the question, because I ask that question all the time, you know, and people believe that I'm taking it too personal. Right? Florence Brown is asking where she get all these monies to be building all these apartments. And I want to burst Florence Brown bubble, because Ratty, this is not the only development that she has, Ratty, based on information that we are getting.
No, in the same area, I have been told that there's another one that's even bigger than this one.
Wow. Wow. So then, on their 2019 statutory declaration, having Andrew Holness $171 million total in assets, income, assets, and liabilities, right? Andrew Holness more than a billionaire. Come on, Ratty. I mean, look what we are looking at.
I mean, if you look at this project of them have, you're right, it's more than a billionaire. But if you look at this project, they can't even get the emergency and the utility vehicles to turn in there. You're supposed to have a kind of like a turning radius or whatever it is. They have some formula.
Yes.
And it can't do it. 90-degree turn within the development. They can't do it.
But again, as it relates to, because I am not a civil engineer, but I'm just asking certain questions based on common sense. As it relates to the access point to get to that building, isn't it that you're supposed to have a road on a particular width size?
Yes.
So what would be that width size? Because obviously that is why she's encroaching.
Right, she didn't mean so. So what happened is that, from what I've been told, there would be a problem if she had to move it up here, the road. But then she decided that
Because I
she's going to
see
put
that
another.
clearly.
She's going to put another hole. There's another unit that's supposed to go up right here. But the road was supposed to come down and pass through this and come down and connect right here, right?
Mhm.
And all of this was supposed to be like green space or whatever. So the road would come here, come down this way, and then come down. But then she decided she's gonna put up there's a building that's gonna go here. So now the road cannot come here any longer. So they move the road now over to, because I think when you look at the original, plan, it shows
Yes.
the road here. But then they move the road over here. So this is a problem right now.
Because she's encroaching now on the on this person's land.
Yeah,
Because that's exactly what she's doing.
right,
Putting it there, she's encroaching.
right.
So that is why. But Ratty, isn't she's the one who brought the woman to court, you know?
Yeah, because she want them to split. She want them to splinter the title so that she can get her title. And the lady has said no, because you violate. So I
Exactly.
can't split the title and give you. And somebody just put inside here about the traffic too. Yeah, I saw a document which says that traffic would be a problem too for this
Exactly.
area. With this kind of development, it would be a traffic would definitely be a problem.
Yes. And again, you need emergency vehicle to move to and fro freely. Because in the instances that you may have a situation that require that,
Here it is.
somebody need that, readily available attention from any emergency units. They're supposed to be able to have some free space to go in and out freely. And what I'm looking at, that is tight.
And you can see what some of the concerns that they had, NEPA and KCC. One of them, they said emergency and utility vehicles couldn't turn. They can't turn within the development because the road too narrow. So they're like, once they go inside there, they're
Yes.
going for the reverse because they can't turn around. And then the other one is that they're saying where it is right now, the road, the original road to come in, they're saying that it's right here, position of the entrance and exit road to the development being in a corner and a bend from a steep incline directly across from a residence gate will create significant traffic congestion.
But
the
bulletin point, Ratty, NEPA in its permission letter also gave reasons for adequate provisions for entry and exit as follows, right? Six, to ensure that construction activities do not pose a nuisance to the owners and users of nearby establishment, and that is exactly right what has been happening there. Right, number 9, to ensure satisfactory safety standard, right, that is in breach. 10,
right,
to avoid danger and inconvenience to road users. All of that is in breach.
Yep.
Wow.
See how them have solid waste management problem and with them have burn things on the site and they're not supposed to do it.
It's just crazy. The Prime Minister's wife.
Them all have a thing with noise abatement. So then the people, the construction, the man them work before 7:30 and after 6 o'clock on weekends. The people them can't sleep.
They're not to work on Sundays and public holidays is contrary to paragraph K and J. Noise abatement, right, which states K that the construction work time shall be confined to the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and they are in breach of that. On weekdays and Saturdays, no construction work is permitted on Sundays and on public holidays, and they are in breach of that. Our government badness this. And J, that the noise level from the construction and operation of the development shall not exceed 70 decibels at external property boundaries, right? The noise from the workman who apparently live on the site, both early in the morning and late in the evening and night, public holidays and Sundays. The operation of heavy-duty equipment has been of major disturbance and concern for the residents. Let us talk about this, Ratty. Right?
Well, I know. Look for that one.
Yes. The dust emitting from the construction activities, there has been no evidence of any attempt to control the dust nuisance created by the attempt to the works from the development, contrary to KSMC specific condition, right? Dust control, which states that the best practicable means be adopted to control the emission of fugitive dust from any works of construction, that the developer during the construction phase wet road surfaces and stockpiles to prevent generation of fugitive dust, right? That the developer shall implement measures such as wetting to ensure there is no fugitive dust emission to create a nuisance during the construction phase or excavation of the facility beyond the permit of the site. But you don't know, but Juliet owns this, but the NEPA, but guess what? But NEPA not in the Prime Minister's office.
Yes, sir.
What excitement is? No. Jamaica, no. When we look at these situations, see them start a behavior from Juliet Owens, who is the Speaker of the House, right? And who sits on the Integrity Commission Oversight Committee while her husband under investigation. The country, this government is a rogue government. Would you say that, Ratty? Speak to me. It's a rogue government.
I mean, if you look violation after violation after violation, and then you look at the regulatory agency and say, okay, is this agency independent and objective, and where is it located? And you look and where you find it in the office of the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister's wife, she's getting permits from agencies under the auspices of her husband's portfolio. That can't right.
Can never.
Them carry out them hoard stuff up there, and it's another violation.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Let me see what else there. Oh, see, watch them mash up the people thing right there, so. And see them have things over here, so, and them throw things right there. So all of this supposed to be gathered and removed.
Exactly.
It's a site management.
It's a containment thing to throw it in, and then it is moved.
Oh, traffic and road considerations. You can't turn, right?
Traffic and road considerations and reviewing the approved drawings. It is seen that the entrance and exit to and from the site is on a corner and will provide interference with traffic from the driveways of neighboring properties across from the development. This is particularly so for large units which will need a larger turning radius, not seemingly accommodated, and particularly where emergency vehicles are concerned, because I was talking about that before seeing this, not seemingly accommodated without encroaching, as what I said, on neighboring driveways. The abrupt left turn on entering the development may prove challenging and present a traffic hazard to motorists and pedestrians alike. This is Juliet Owens. Unbelievable, people.
Look at the
Unbelievable.
Look, read the section in a blue.
Okay, as citizens,
Sorry.
just lift it up a bit. Yes, as citizen associations, we are not against development or progression. However, we are concerned by the observed breaches for the government agency regulations and development regulations, which are partially developed to protect the ecological, social resources and relationships within the area. I'm sorry that now have, because all of them agencies in our Prime Minister office. No.
So the people, look at people all complaints. Them suffer from a loss of privacy, blockage of view, loss of mature trees. the Town and Country Planning Act. Yeah.
And they are disrespecting the Jamaican people. This is disrespectful, unattainable. This is a goddamn shame.
Indicative brief section. Look on indicative breach section.
Okay. The community was surprised and dismayed to see not only the breaches, but also an additional 2 units as approved. Who approved them units then? Unit AA and Unit G, in addition, 5-story building has been reclassified as 3 stories. Watch here. 2 bottom floors now referred to as basement, which altogether will impact community as follows. Substantially increase the already high density upon completion. A radical negative change in the scale and character of our community. There is a direct negative impact for the residents whose property adjoins the development as they suffer from a loss of privacy in their homes and blockage of view, right? Loss of mature trees, among other concerns. But you know,
Right,
that?
Them I feel it, man. I'm moving to that. Them people.
No, this is no. Ratty. I'm trust me. And you expect that the government is there to protect us.
Right.
Right? One of the first responsibility of any government is to protect its citizenry.
Right.
That is one of the first responsibility of the government. But no, it seems like the government is the natural enemy to the people. Well, based on what is happening there.
And they have
and other instances when our treasury being suffered as it relates to pilferers, that becomes a natural enemy to the people. But Ratty, more excitement ahead.
Hit
more
me.
Excitement ahead.
Hit me.
All right, because here we're going now. We are going to talk about Fitz Bailey. Because Ratty, something just not right here. So I'm going to play the clip. I want all of the people to listen to this. Because something not right here. So now, so without any delay, wifey, lift up this clip. Police DCP Fitz Bailey, stunned by the So let us listen to this attentively, Ratty.
All right.
I don't understand what is happening here, so me confused.
The matter of crime, the police gave an update on crime yesterday and also a number of crime-related issues. And one of those issues was the incident last year. It was as long as last year. Boy, time flies. Last year of a director of the Anti-Corruption Integrity Commission. Yes, that's the body set up to fight corruption in the country. And one of its directors was robbed in the car park outside of its New Kingston offices last year. And it took on added significance because it was being suggested that the robbing or the robbery was related to the fact that he was a director of the Integrity Commission. And of course, that statement of the executive director of the commission about go ask the government about it, that he has not apologized for, and we have not had a word from the Integrity Commission on. Well, yesterday, the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of crime, Fitz Bailey, told the media briefing that the failure of the Commission's director to file a formal complaint about what happened in the shooting incident has stalled the police investigation into the incident.
Whilst we are aware of the incident and we have sought to appreciate the complaint, to this date, based on the information I got from our investigator, the complainant has not given a statement. He refused from giving the statement under the pretext that he's afraid. So we can't proceed our progress and investigation without a formal complaint.
That's DCP Fitz Bailey. Well, the Integrity Commission director is Ryan Evans, and he was shot and injured and his briefcase stolen inside the New Kingston corporate car park on St. Lucia Avenue in September 2023. At the time, information emerged that the robbers, gunmen, trailed Evans, who had made a huge cash withdrawal from a bank earlier that day. The police theorized that robbery was the motive for their attack. But of course, that conclusion did not go down well with the Integrity Commission.
I'm going to give away this incredible $4,000. Wait, no, not this one. This incredible $4,000.
Yes? And the Integrity Commission criticized the police last week in its annual report. The commission saying that the police had failed to provide any real tangible update to it as to the progress of the investigations 10 months after the incident. Well, yesterday, DCP Bailey appealed to Mr. Evans to file the complaint in order for them to advance the probe.
We want to appeal to the individual who was injured to make himself available to be interviewed and to give the police a statement so they can progress the investigation.
Deputy Commissioner Fitz Bailey, head of the crime portfolio. Well, something is amiss here. Something is amiss because Justice Panton is not a fool. Justice Panton is a learned former president of the Court of Appeal, one of our finest legal minds. And for him to sign off on a report that says that there's been no update, yes, 10 months after. Yeah, we just don't hear from the police. It doesn't add up. And we have with us the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of crime, Fitz Bailey, on this matter of the lack of progress in the incident in September last year in which a director of the Integrity Commission, Mr. Ryan Evans, was robbed in the car park in New Kingston. And the issue surfaced last week when the Commission, in its annual report, made the point that this high-profile incident and supposed police investigation had not really produced any real tangible progress after 10 months. DCP Bailey?
Yes, good morning.
10 months after, what have the police investigators uncovered in this incident in which Mr. Evans was robbed?
All right. Let me say good morning to you and your listeners. I will step back a little. That, as you rightly said, the incident occurred on the 21st of September 2023, about 10:43 a.m. The police went on the scene at 11 a.m. that same day, and they commenced their investigation. About 1 p.m. that same day, Mr. Christie, the executive director, another member of the Integrity Commission, were updated on the status of the investigation by acting ACP Cleon March at that time.
On the same afternoon?
The same afternoon. The police did a lot of work in terms of, which I won't get into, canvassing the area, trying to identify witnesses and evidential, opportunities. There were 2 detectives, inspector. One is now a deputy superintendent, who were actually leading that investigation. A number of the major buildings within this space were canvassed with the intention really to get CCTV footage, etc. The police was able to secure some CCTV opportunity. We don't know how valuable they are. Those were obtained and sent off to the communication and forensic department, our branch, for processing. Several other activities took place.
Mr. Evans was contacted on September 23rd by the inspector for a statement to be recorded. He indicated that he was presently recuperating at home. Several other activities took place. The same day when Mr. Evans was contacted and he said he was recuperating, on the 25th, actually, the police went back into the space. They did a lot of work. And on that day, the team again met and updated Mr. Greg Christie, Executive Director of the Integrities Commission. I just want to lay it straight that a number of activities actually took place. But the bigger issue is that we have not yet obtained a signed statement from Mr. Evans, despite several attempts by the police.
How come?
Well, maybe Mr. Evans can explain that. As a matter of fact, on February the 2nd of this year, he was scheduled for an interview with the police at 2 p.m. And about 4 p.m., the interview was rescheduled after the police made contact with Mr. Evans, who did not turn up for the 2 o'clock interview. On the 5th again...
Hold on, you said you made contact and he told you that he would have to reschedule or what?
Yeah, it was rescheduled. The interview was scheduled for 2 p.m.
Yes.
And he did not turn up, so the police made contact.
Uh-huh. With him?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
And it was just, the appointment was rescheduled.
To when?
Monday, I don't get the date when it was rescheduled to. But on Monday the 5th, which I assume that was the date it was rescheduled to, he attended the Alpha Tree police station.
Mm-hmm.
He was interviewed by the police. And the police actually, as you know, we would normally do the statement, was given to Mr. Evans to read over. Mm-hmm. And he actually opted to take the statement home to review and possible, according to what I was briefed, to reconstruct. I don't know what that is, the statement. An email was also sent to him, and he acknowledged the email. And he expressed that he would return the printed version of the statement by the 6th of February, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is that to date, we have not gotten a signed statement from Mr. Evans. And I mean, the police can only investigate.
Hold on, before you go any further.
Mm-hmm.
So he did attend in February this year at the Halfway Tree police location.
Yes.
And spoke with the investigators.
Yes, they interviewed him. Yes.
They interviewed him.
Yes.
And based on his responses, as is normal, they crafted a statement.
Yes.
And then he was to read and make any changes, any amendments that he felt was necessary.
Yes.
And he agreed to do that.
Yes.
Right? And he was then given that copy.
He took the statement, said he's going to go and reread and reconstruct.
Uh-huh.
That's exactly what I was briefed on.
Uh-huh.
And then he would return it. And to date, he has not done that.
And have you or your officers reached out to him further to find out why hasn't he returned it?
They have reached out, and it's just excuses upon excuses.
Among those excuses, what?
I don't want to get into those specifics.
Why I'm asking is because I'm just learning that elsewhere he gave an interview to say that he has been traumatized as part of the reason why he has not.
There was some fear on his part.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I want to highlight, Mr. Hughes, that at no time we have to understand that this Integrity Commission did not report a matter to us. It was Mr. Evans is the complainant. And the police is not under any obligation to update the Integrity Commission on our investigation. As far as we are concerned, based on our assessment and investigation, it has nothing to do with him being employed to the Integrity Commission.
Oh?
It's about the way he does business and establish a pattern, and the criminal identified that pattern and decided to go at him to rob him. He was robbed of a significant amount of money.
Oh, hold on there now, DCP. You said your theory, as in the police theory, as to why he was robbed, was based on an established pattern of Mr. Evans to do business?
Yeah.
Involving cash?
Cash.
I just do what I do. Cracker Barrel. Now this is cheese.
And that pattern was apparently known?
I guess after routine, I mean, criminals tend to have their network all over. Let me use that term.
Yes.
So it has the point I want.
And you speak of a large sum of cash, the DCP.
Over 700,000.
Oh. So that is what they took.
I'll just say it's over 700,000 based on my understanding.
So you said you're under no obligation to report to the Integrity Commission because it was not the Integrity Commission that was robbed.
Yeah.
The Integrity Commission wasn't the victim, right? No. So there's no complaint from the Integrity Commission.
Yeah.
So if that is so, why then did you speak with the Executive Director of the Commission, Mr.
It was
Greg
done
Christie?
out of courtesy. The officers went and they actually, the first day, remember the first day when the incident happened, there were all sorts of theories bandied about. Whether it was in pursuit of his doing his job as an officer of the Integrity Commission, and whether, I mean, there were some politics that actually came, they tried to also include politics in it. And I remember when I came out and gave the report that it was in pursuit, it was a robbery. I mean, I was even also, statements were made about us coming out so early to say what it is, and want to give the impression that we were influenced in making the statement. But we have nothing to hide as an organization. We just speak the facts as it is. And the fact is, one of the things that I want to say is that when you document something to say that the police was tardy in their investigation and all of that, that's a record that will be there for generation to see. That a member of the Integrity Commission was shot and injured. And because the police showed scant regard for the investigation, our grandchildren and great-grandchildren can have access to those records. And I think, the Office of the Integrity Commission, that body is quite a significant and powerful body. And I think one needs to make sure that, the due diligence is done. And, quality control, do we have someone in the department to ensure that, we look at reports before they are sent out, quality control. I mean, that's just important. I mean, the JSF is a big organization, and when you make a statement to the effect that the JSF is tardy, and there's no basis for that when the person is a senior manager within the department, and that person could have been contacted just to say what is the status of the investigation before put it in writing and send it to Parliament. That's just, it's an unfortunate situation, I would say.
But it is damaging for the police, force.
It doesn't come across that well. As far as the police is concerned, we don't really have a complaint, because the gentleman, Mr. Evans, has not given us a statement. Mm-hmm. If we want to drag our mind and to be, he could have been shot by anybody.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you, DCP, can you hold a few more minutes? Let me just take a quick break and come back. Stay with us. Deputy Commissioner of Police, Fitz Bailey. Up until now, Ryan Evans, the director of the Integrity Commission, who was shot and injured in September last year, which sparked a big controversy over whether he was shot because he was a director of the Integrity Commission. He has not given a formal statement. He has not signed any statement. Yes? DCP Fitzbailey, are you there? Yes. I want to ask. You said based on what the police investigators have been able to establish, Mr. Evans became a target because of a pattern of doing business where he would do cash withdrawals. Yes? And had established a routine. Are you able to tell the people of Jamaica this morning whether that business had to do with his substantive job as a director of the Integrity Commission of Jamaica?
I don't want to get into too.
Ratty. What are you doing, Ratty? Now, people, as soon as we have Ratty hears, we are going to break down what we have just heard. Because this is madness. And obviously, we are going to show a pattern of Fitzbailey tardiness in dealing with certain investigations. So, as it relates to the director of the Integrity Commission, right? Ryan Evans, as it relates to Ryan Evans, we have seen that Ryan Evans is actually complaining about the same tardiness where Fitzbailey is concerned. And he wants to say that Mr. Evans blatantly lied because what causes the police not to proceed any further was to the fact that Mr. Evans had not given a statement. We want to make sure that what we are saying, right, is what we are actually interpreting, right? And I know that I listen attentively. Yeah, so as soon as Ratty available, we are going to break this down for the people. And you see, we have Cliff Hughes trying to spin that, right? That cannot be spun. So we are going to deal with the situation as soon as Ratty is available, right? Ratty is looking for something.
No, you know what? The thing muted, man. You can't hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Give me there, I talk to myself.
Ratty.
We keep on say to you, say, yeah, I'm available. I'm say to you, say, because when you say Ratty, you have a some people sometimes they say, when me there and people think me asleep. I don't sleep, me asleep. Yeah. I do some research, me I reach for some documents down there, and so my head don't like this, and me I read. So some people think I sleep, me asleep. Yes. So me I talk to you now that they say, no, me ready. But you can't hear me because me muted myself. Sorry about that, folks.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Ratty, we are going to break down this.
Okay.
As it relates to Ryan Evans, Ryan Evans is actually complaining as it relates to the tardiness of the investigation. Mm-hmm. That is what he's actually complaining about. And while Fitzbailey right, is opposing that, saying that they are not being tardy. It is to the fact that Ryan Evans failed to give a statement why the case has not been in its full progression. Now, Ratty, now I know that my brother behind me is a police officer, right? You have vast experience being an FBI, right? Myself as an ex-police. One of the first questions I want to ask you, Ratty, based on the crime scene, I want to ask you as it relates to a crime scene management. It is important, because what Cliff Hughes is saying, to say that, right, the case has not proceeded any further, right, to the fact that Mr. Evans did not give a statement, and where in some point of the conversation there's a police who went and took a statement from him. So I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, him say, yeah, you're right, because him said the incident happened. I mean, I take some notes to while I'm talk.
Yes.
Him said the incident happened on September 21st, 2023 at 10:43 a.m. And him said they did a statement, I believe it was February of this year.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
Right. So the first question I would have is, between September and February, that's a long time.
Yes.
And, memories fade, witnesses disappear and all that stuff. So why would you wait so long to approach him? I know you said that, we talked to him and the guy had excuse after excuse, but you're right. He did give a statement. He went to the station and he gave a statement. And then they said to him, we're going to draft the statement, and then you can go home and edit the statement and then give it back to us. Or the guy said, I'll take it home. I'll take it home and I'll edit it. And then said after that, they can't find the guy. Look, I believe, I'm not sure, that you have to have a complainant in a criminal case.
Yes.
Right? And forgive me, people, I won't speculate on Jamaican law, but I know that in some places that the police can still investigate without somebody filing a complaint. Right? They can do it based on eyewitnesses. They can do it based on the victim. They can do it based on a whole bunch of other things. They can do it based on cameras, videos.
Yes.
They can do a whole bunch of things. And especially if you find that somebody doesn't want to testify, and the person is saying, I don't want to testify because I'm fearful.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's all the more reason for you to use other ways to develop the investigation. But then,
Ratty,
yeah, go ahead.
Ratty, where I want you to take this conversation in terms of crime scene management 101. When a crime committed, right, shooting, number 3, and so forth, one of the first thing what you would do on a crime scene is to cut it off the particular area, right?
Right.
That would be the first thing, right?
Yeah. That's the first thing.
Ensure that evidence within the boundaries of that crime scene being protected.
It's not contaminated, yeah.
And not being contaminated. So you are protecting and preserving the evidence, right, from contamination and so forth. Let us just go through this. And I'm just going to expose Bailey here and their investigators. The second thing that you want to do is to make sure you collect statement that is fresh in the people's mind. And that, particularly if you can get that statement right within that day of the incident. Wouldn't that one of the attributes in terms of one of the requirement as it relates to crime scene case management?
Yeah, the first thing you want to do is you want to secure the crime scene. The second thing you want to do, you want to identify witnesses.
Witnesses,
right? People who saw what happened. And the third thing you want to do, and this is after you've taken care of the victim, right? Because you secure the crime scene, you have to take care of the victim. Because, you know, depending on the person is injured or the person is deceased.
Yes.
And then you want identify witnesses. Then you want obtain statements, and if you can, you obtain photographs or video of exactly what took place.
CCTV footages are there, right? And they would have captured that because they spoke of CCTV evidence that they have collected. So then let me ask Fitzbailey, what is stopping Fitzbailey or the investigators from proceeding with the case?
It shouldn't. And I was looking for something here, but my phone full up and I can't get to it right now. But it's a statement made by the former, not the former, the Minister of National Security, who said that Jamaica have some of the finest investigators, right?
Jesus.
And so you say, okay, well, if that is the case, then so what's stopping them from conducting this investigation then?
Exactly.
You know, and they've been trained, but practice becomes perfect, and they have some old habits, and they go back to the old habits, and so that's why you find that if you notice, the DPP or the ODPP, that office loses a whole bunch of cases based on this contaminated evidence.
All right.
Based on that contaminated evidence.
Tardiness within an investigation. Now, so I am going to play a next case. I am just showing Bailey, if Fitzbailey is listening, right, that he has a pattern of tardying certain investigation, that him himself want to corrupt those investigations. Because Fitzbailey is more of a political operative than a police officer. Now, look on the following case that I am going to present next, because the tardiness that goes into, you understand, Mr. Ryan Evans' case, the director of the Integrity Commission, right? It is not only his case that level of tardiness shown. Let us play the next case to show the next level of tardiness, and we have many more that we can play. But let us pray and ask Fitzbailey, right, what is wrong with that case? Because Mr. Evans is not telling any lie. He's outrightly tardy in this case. Now let us play the next case as it relates to, and then we speak. Ratty, you're supposed to know which case I'm going to play now.
Hit me.
All right, I'm going to hit you now.
This is which one you're talking about?
All right, I want to ask Bailey a question, right? Why is he tardy in this case? Because he's shifting from what Mr. Evans said. So we want to ask him about the next case that we are going to play. That's not it. No, that's not it. The case that
All right. Big clue.
Oh, okay. One sec. Gonna take this one back.
All right.
Which one?
I'm going to hit you.
No, man. Let's see.
I'm going to hit you, Ratty. You know, say I'm going to hit you.
This is the case. This is the case. Yeah.
You see, yes. All right.
This is the case.
Teach them.
I know, but I'm trying to find.
So I want to ask
this one.
Yes, I want to ask Fitzbailey, right? If he's not tardy in this case. So hit it, honey.
had been suspended from practice by the General Legal Counsel. After being found guilty of professional misconduct, it came as no surprise to many. As to say that Mr. Bailey has had a checkered past would be greatly understating it.
Teach them! Always make sure the message reach them!
In this latest checkmark against the attorney, the GLC made a disclosure that the order, which took effect on the 13th of April, was made by a panel of its disciplinary committee after hearing evidence of a complaint brought against Bailey by one Melissa Golding. The GLC said Bailey was ordered to make restitution to Golding in the sum of 190,000 Jamaican dollars and cost of $20,000 to her, as well as $20,000 to the GLC. The council also said that Bailey is not entitled to practice until restitution is made. This, however, isn't the attorney's first involvement in questionable situations, as he was arrested on Monday the 30th of March 2015 and charged with fraud. Information surrounding that case is that on September 15, 2007, a report was made to the police that Mr. Bailey was asked to act on behalf of a client in a property transaction. The property, valued at 25 million Jamaican dollars, was however allegedly transferred to another person without the owner's knowledge and consent. As a result, the police commenced the investigation and Bailey was subsequently arrested and charged. Bailey went on a trial for fraud in 2017 after he was accused of defrauding St. Catherine businessman and land developer Stafford Dixon in a land deal. Prosecutors alleged that between 1995 and 1997, Mr. Bailey sold a 22-acre property in St. Catherine on behalf of Mr. Dixon. The land was developed into a housing scheme, but according to Mr. Dixon, he did not benefit from the sale. Mr. Dixon testified that he did not authorize the transfer of the property and that this was done by the attorney without his consent. In 2007, Mr. Dixon had filed a lawsuit against Bailey, seeking to recover $90 million he said was owed to him. Mr. Dixon claimed he should have received $105 million from the sale of the property, but only received $16 million from Mr. Bailey. He claimed the attorney reneged on a consent agreement signed in December of 2007 to pay over the balance of the money. Mr. Bailey had denied the allegations. In June of 2018, Bailey was freed of fraud-related charges in the case and was acquitted of conspiracy to defraud in the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Court after the presiding judge ruled that there was no case for him to answer and upheld a no-case submission by his legal team. In making her ruling, the judge said there was no evidence of any conspiracy by Bailey and that the evidence of the complainant has been shattered beyond repair. Bailey, who was arrested and charged after the elderly Dixon complained to police investigators that he hired the well-known attorney to handle a land transaction and a joint venture housing development. However, according to the allegations, the project failed and Bailey forged a transfer certificate that caused Dixon to lose his 22-acre property and having to pay his prospective business partners over $28 million. After being acquitted, Mr. Bailey then filed a lawsuit seeking millions in damages against 4 defendants, including the government. The defendants were real estate agent Stafford Dixon, who was a complainant in the case against him, head of the fraud squad Superintendent Anthony McLaughlin, clerk of court Shanna Ormsby, and the Attorney General. Bailey explained that the clerk of courts was sued for misfeasance because of the way the case was handled and suggested that the clerk did not seek guidance from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Bailey was seeking damages against all the defendants for malicious prosecution, as well as special damages of $2.5 million. He was seeking damages against Superintendent McLaughlin and the Attorney General for false imprisonment. Bailey also sought aggravated damages. It was Bailey's contention that from the time he was arrested and charged to the time of his acquittal, he suffered anxiety, mental and emotional distress, sleep disturbance, loss of appetite, social withdrawal, demotivation, and demoralization. Bailey, who had been an attorney since 1977, said the incident had adversely affected his law practice. No, I am not certain how the lawsuit ended, as my research found nothing in relation to a ruling in that case. However, The most bizarre incident in relation to Bailey occurred on the 30th of September 2016 when the body of 51-year-old Jermaine Jr., also called Gully, was found with bullet and multiple stab wounds at Mr. Bailey's Barbican Road residence. Bailey reported to the police that Jr. was living at his residence for some time and he found him dead in his living room. The cops recovered a spent shell and a knife at the scene. Mr. Jr. was found with more than a dozen stab wounds and a gunshot to the head in Bailey's living room. Police reports had stated that Mr. Bailey stumbled upon Jr.'s body about 4:30 a.m. that morning. The knife reportedly used to stab him was found beside the body. The police also said that there were no signs of forced entry to the premises. Incredibly, Bailey was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect and placed on bed rest by his doctor and client, Jephthah Ford. Bailey had reportedly exhibited signs of being unwell after the murder, and Ford instructed that he should be confined to bed and told the police that he was not fit to give a statement at the time. The statement came approximately 2 weeks after the body was discovered. Our orders after consultation, he is not able to give a statement or to meet anybody at this time because of the delicacy of his condition, Dr. Ford said at the time. Ford further stated that Bailey was exhibiting signs of stress and that his condition was being monitored. He said that if Bailey's condition worsened, he would be hospitalized. Ford further stated that Bailey suffered a stroke in November of 2007 and that he suffers from slurred speech and a little bit of incoordination. The doctor said that by ordering Bailey to stay in bed, he was actually trying to prevent him suffering another stroke. We were hoping that everybody will understand and cooperate, he said. We fear that if not properly managed, we could end up with a situation that we certainly don't need, Ford said. Now, in February of 2019, 2 men were held in connection with Junior's murder, but were later released. An email correspondence from the police said that Junior's killing had been linked to the Umbrella Gang, which operates mainly in Newlands, Portmore. In the matter of Jermaine Jr., investigations to date have discovered several leads, which when explored have proven futile. Statements have been recorded from Mr. Patrick Bailey, at whose home the incident took place, as well as a relative of Mr. Jr. It is theorized that members of the Umbrella Gang, which operates in the Portmore area, may have committed the murder. 2 persons linked to that gang were taken into custody and subsequently released, because there was no physical evidence or eyewitness linking them to the scene. Their fingerprints were taken, but did not match those from the scene, the JCF email said. The JCF email further stated that Mr. Patrick Bailey was interviewed a second time in May of 2018, based on information gleaned by investigators. The outcome of that session had not significantly impacted the investigation, the email read. The deceased was said to be a caretaker of the premises, something his family has since denied. Now, a relative of the deceased man.
We're going to stop this here, and we want to get in some intricacies here. The reason why I played that clip, right, in terms of the length that I played that clip. The first portion of that clip, I'm going to remind persons, right, as it relates to Juliet Owners and land issues, Andrew Owners and land issues, and where you hear the first clip I played, where the guy is complaining that Andrew Owners using lawyers to take away his land. No, remember people that Patrick Bailey was Andrew Owners' lawyer. I want people to put it together, collectively, And Patrick Bailey was dealing with those same bangarang in terms of land and all of those things. Now, let us get back to Fitz Bailey, right? And the investigators. The important thing, Ratty, in this particular case, both men, right, were in that house. There was no forced entry, right? No forced entry. Jermaine, right, was found with over 21 knife-inflicted wounds and a gunshot to the forehead. The only 2 persons in the room was Bailey and Jermaine. The investigators, right, in the first instance, rule out Bailey as a suspect. Why would that happen, Ratigan?
The first what said Bailey was not a suspect.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Look, this is just basic 101 investigations. You and I know this, and I'm sure the people in the chat them know this too, and people who are watch who are not participating in chat, they know it. This is just basic, you know. Everybody's a suspect until otherwise, and you can't come up on a scene, a crime scene, and no forced entry. You have one person saying he got out of his bed or come out of his bedroom at 4 o'clock in the morning, find a man dead outside, inside
yes,
the living space, and then you say, oh, you know, this man had a stroke several years ago. He's anxious. We don't want him to get another stroke. With this, with that, and so we have to confine him to bed rest, and we're not going really take a statement from him. I think they take the statement 2 weeks later or something like that, and then rule him out. This is poor police work, poor policing. This is not supposed to happen, and that's why, you know, when you hear the Minister of National Security saying that they have some of the best investigators, you have to laugh because no, we're talking about a senior police officer. You're talking about Mr. Fitzbailey. No,
yes,
you're not talking about somebody who just got on the force. Right?
Exactly.
And what we're seeing is, and I've met Mr. Bailey already, and in fact, he gave me some advice about an issue that we had, an issue we were working on, and it was pretty good advice. It was pretty good advice. So I'm disappointed when I watch him over the years because he's devolved into something that I don't recognize. The person that I met a few years ago, I met him in 2018, I think. And the person that I met, to look at him now, is nothing like the person I met.
He dissolved into a political operative.
At the time I met him, he was in charge of CTOC.
Yes.
Right? And then he moved on. But you know, all this stuff, I'm very, very disappointed in the way he's handled himself. And again, you've produced 2 cases now, but then there's also the case of the Boscobel, the airport at Boscobel.
Exactly.
You know, and we have many, many more cases. In fact,
many more cases.
Many more. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to start a series where we say unsolved mysteries.
Yes.
And we start showing things, cases and things, you know, just missing. Like, you remember that beach just missing? They stole all the sand from the beach, and the police can't figure out who did it. And we have a whole bunch of murders. They can't figure out who do it. And yet still we have these people running the national security architecture in Jamaica. No, this is Serene Sue says cover up 101. And
of course, Serene Sue,
yeah, and you know, and the thing is, even if you don't want to think that, even if you come and you say, I'm coming up with an objective mind, the moment you start listening and you start looking and you start reading, you start realizing that, wait a minute, this is not adding up. This is not adding up. And you know, you have a senior, seasoned investigator involved in this. Everywhere you look, you see, you know, you see him involved in fact, he's in charge of crime investigations now, right?
Yeah, but hold it there, Ratty. Let me show you another case that is quite interesting. And this is one of the reasons why I said no, Bailey seems to be becoming a political operative than you know, policing the nation's business. Now, look at this particular case, Ratty. We are just showing, as it relates to Bailey, tardiness of doing the right thing, right, as we are to know how it ought to be done. Look at this particular case, Ratty. Look at this particular case. All right, so that is coming up. We have it to show, just going through the files here.
You know something that just dawned on me.
Yes.
With the gentleman, the shot, the commissioner, the integrity commission person. One of the things that should have happened when they secure the crime scene is to collect evidence. I wonder if they collected any evidence from that crime scene, and if so, what?
And that is what I'm saying, Ratty, because right then and there, right, we have to just highlight and break down a case, a crime scene, case management, for them, because it doesn't seem like, I don't know what Bailey is doing, right? It's, to me, it just seems like Bailey is a collaborator. Look at this case, Ratty.
All right.
In fact, the postmortem was done today, and it is reported that the cause of death was due to strangulation. It is not really surprising to us, because as we reported previously, that we did not suspect any foul play in his death. The fact is that we are still conducting our investigation. Our investigation is not closed. We have not seen any evidence that there was any third party traveling with him, or we can, there's no reason to have any suspicion that there was any third party at the location. But we are still doing our investigation. We are very open, and we are appealing to anyone from the public who has any information to call us and share those information. They can call 881, that is the NIB tip line. They can call 311, which is phone, or they can call 119.
All right. So this is the case with the Deputy Commissioner of Corrections, right? Where the first report was that he was in an accident. But now the post-mortem read that the man was strangled, right? Now, and Bailey is now saying that he's no surprise there. His original statement was saying that, okay, all right, there is no evidence, right, of another party involved. My question, Ratty, obviously, what sort of investigation took place that the post-mortem is going to show now that the man was hanged? I am saying in terms of the investigators did not view the body and to see that sort of imprint or markings, Ratty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that.
I have a big problem with it. The fact that this man, in my deputy commissioner, when stationed out a GP, I think,
yes,
and him end up all the way off a spiritual hill and fly over, careen over the precipice, and that wasn't enough. Him get up and come out and then go find a tree and hang himself. Yeah, this makes absolutely no sense. And then he's saying that we believe it, and we don't believe that there's anybody else involved, but we're going to continue with our investigation. And I'm saying, then if you believe it and you don't have any other evidence, then why not go and work one of the cold cases? Then take your resources and go work in another case, because you're saying this case is finished. That's what he's saying. And this is a problem. You know, if you ask them how much investigation was done after you said that, I am willing to bet that you're going to find out not much was done, because this is, again, you remember when the plane crashed off of the coast of Clarendon?
Yes.
And no, the contents disappear. I guess it was a ghost plane because them can't find anybody. And then them come back. I think the Minister of National Security come back later on and say that the people who were on board, they left. Some to that effect, that they left.
Ratty, let me ask you, with that case, wouldn't that at least the black box
missing? It was missing.
It went missing too?
Yeah, the black box was missing. That's what I've been told. The black box was missing. And then not only that, the crime scene was a mess, because when the plane crash landed, I'm being told, I have been told that when the plane crash landed, people got off the plane, cargo was removed, and everybody, and I was also told that the plane was expected to land there. It was not crash landing like out of an emergency. It was supposed to, where the plane landed, the plane was supposed to land because there were people waiting on the plane. That's what I've been told.
Wow.
Right? And that kind of makes sense, right? Because people just disappear and cargo disappear, and if it was truly an emergency, maybe the people would have gotten out and run, but people would have seen them and would have pointed them out. And then the cargo, how would they take the cargo? Because the way the plane was configured or reconfigured, it suggests that it was carrying some form of contraband. That's what it suggests. And it's not the first time this happened, and it won't be the last. And so we have to, we look at our policemen and women to protect, serve, and reassure. And then you pull up a case like this, and again, you're not talking about a junior officer, you're talking about a senior officer. And I'm telling you, if I could sit down with Mr. Bailey, I'd sit down with him and say, brethren, you're not the person that I thought you were. You just take a look in the mirror and look at yourself and really consider whether or not this is for you, whether or not you really think that you're doing a disservice or a service to Jamaica, because it's a problem. It's a big problem. And time after time you hear him come out, and the one with the case with the people in with the cocaine over at Ian Fleming, he came out and said that we're on the verge of making arrests. And, and again, you know who should bear some of this blame? Yeah? The media in Jamaica, the journalists, because they don't follow. Everything is a 9-day wonder. They don't follow. Yeah, because if I should get him on the program, I'm going to ask him about the thing in a Clarendon. I'm going to ask him about Bosco Bell. I'm going to ask him about the spiritual thing. I'm going to dig, and I'm going to find a million cases. I'm going to ask him about them. I'm going to ask him about the stat that says in 2020 they had completed investigation on less than half of the cases, half of the murder cases, I believe. I would ask him all of these things. They don't ask him. They give him a free pass, and so him just do whatever he want to do. And that's how they operate. They just do whatever they want to do. But you know what? All this soon come to an end, All this cannot continue like this. Cannot continue like this.
So right. And it goes back to the electorate to make the change. So we are showing the electorate all of what we can show the electorate so that the electorate can make an informed decision. Because it's only the electorate right now that we are depending on, right, to change the route of this. Now, Ratty, I want to say big thanks to you, to be here on the program, right? Because I am going to.
No problem, man. I was looking for something to show you, but my phone full up. I'm gonna try delete stuff to get to you, but I can't get to you. But I'll get to it and send it to you.
All right. So I know that Jeopardy people are waiting, right? So of course we are going to hand over to Jeopardy people. So Ratty, I want to say big thanks.
Come on, bless up anytime, brethren. Right. Yeah. Take care of yourself.
Blessings.
All right,
cool.
Okay, guys, so the phone line's open if anybody wants to call in. Let me just get there. I need to see that he wasn't anywhere else in his feed. Okay, let me just get this here. Okay, guys, so thank you so much for joining in the discussion. As usual, really appreciate it. And as I always say, that you could have been elsewhere on your Friday night, but you chose to be with us, so we never take that for granted. So guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone, and thank you so much to all the new subscribers. Really appreciate you guys joining the movement. And also, guys, remember 7 days to the conference in Ontario next week Friday. So next week Friday at this time we should be having our conference. Yeah. Oh, no.
Yes, Montique. We are going to highlight it, Montique.
Yeah, just call her in the line.
Yes, pleasant afternoon, caller. You are on Mystic Sensation Live. Can you just turn off the device in the back there?
Yeah, I'm turning off a little bit. I still have to listen to you.
All right.
The big up you and your queen and Ratty.
Yes, man. Blessing.
Earlier on. And I just want to say thank you again for the great investigating work you guys are doing.
Yeah, man, you're welcome, my brother.
It's annoying, it's fatiguing to see the road that we are going down in Jamaica. It's sickening, to show how blatant this administration is just operating in some corruptive way.
Definitely.
And it's like no one can stand in their way. It's sickening, real sickening. I had texted earlier on the property that the Wholeness family is building. Their $800 million project. And if they understand what land erosion is, where their sewage system set up, and Unit F, if that sewage system starts seep into the limestone,
yes, you're right. You're right.
Can collapse on other people's property. It's so much thing that when I see you and Ratu was reading out, there's so much violation.
So much.
It's sickening. It's so sickening. There's no way that project there should be a cease and this on that property, on that building.
You're perfectly right, sir.
Everything should stop right here.
Perfectly right.
And there's no one, as again I said, no one is standing in their way. This administration is getting away with so much things. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unattainable. Unbelievable. It's just, whoa.
I am wondering if the people of Jamaica is not willing to take a stand. As a matter of fact, today I was watching a thing where I see it's only the people in St. Mary now taking a stand because the beaches, everything that belongs to the citizens of Jamaica, because the government is there to serve and protect the citizens of Jamaica, and they're not even doing that. They're doing the opposite. And nothing. Even the police, they're like a puppet to this administration.
So true. So true, caller. Oh, I have another caller calling. Just go ahead and make your final statement, and let me just give another call.
What I'm trying to say is how much longer? Because the diaspora is doing their work.
Yes.
And we're trying to, but the citizens of Jamaica is gonna have to take a stance.
You're so right.
So I just want to big you guys up again, man, and
yes.
Hopefully, we can, with even prayer, some change can make.
Yes, we all have to pray. We all have to pray and vote. Pray and vote. Right, that is the essence. We have to vote.
I wish we here in the diaspora could vote. That would be a great asset.
Yes.
If we in the diaspora could vote, it would be a great asset.
Well,
As a matter of fact,
you have persons in the diaspora voting, you know. Yeah, man. You
okay,
have
so
They go home to vote.
they go home to vote. You have persons who been enumerated, right? And they go home and vote.
okay, so we need some speedy process, man, to get these people out.
Yes, we have to help to educate too, and just inspire people and give people the information as it relates to you being in the diaspora and how you can get to vote. So we have to start give that in education as well. But you have people in the diaspora, yes.
Especially in Florida.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Georgia area, because there's so much Jamaican living in Florida and Georgia, where that we need a big move on that, so this thing can be done.
Exactly.
And once again, thanks for your time, and big up you and your queen.
Yes,
it's a great combination. Big up Ratigan,
Exactly.
we want some, and
Blessings.
all the crew.
Blessings.
All right.
A lot of us.
Blessings, my brother.
All right. Thank you. Okay, another caller. Answer. Yes, caller. Thank you for calling. You're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yes, good night.
Oh, my friend. What one? All right.
Yes, good night. Good night.
Before we start to talk, everything is okay in your deck of foods there?
And not everything, but me I give that thanks.
Yeah, man.
I've lost half of my roof.
Whoa.
Half of the house that I've gone. And me lost the biggest loss. It wasn't big, but me lose 6 big pig.
Whoa.
Big pig, yeah.
Mm.
But God give and God take.
Yes.
Right? So me lose one that and come back stronger.
Exactly.
Anyway,
I love the spirit.
Thanks for everything you want to do.
Yes, man.
I want to give you hope. And Beryl is an example to show the Jamaican people more. So the ruling party and its leader is terribly wicked.
Oh, Jesus.
Everything happens for a purpose. Everything happens for a purpose. Beryl to show them, say, guess what? On the past shaky ground. I remember now, Jamaica is in the path of hurricane.
Yes.
We might get earthquake. So we should be prepared. There's nothing prepared. Nothing at all prepared for the common people during this time. And yet them boast, but they have much $1 trillion this, and then this will. The man go around CNN and at zero say, you have 900 shelter. That means you say Jamaican people, they don't live nowhere.
Lie,
They
man.
hot then live in right? And when you little help to come, them are politicizing. We see one big list when them are send for all boat. Right? So how you feel have so much sitting and you're so desperate? Eh? You're so desperate. Right? And I want to tell the diaspora people, big thank you. Everywhere you're going at Jamaica, you see one line, you have to ask our.
Yes.
Right? Western Union, MoneyGram. And the next thing, if we don't have anything to send for no family and friend who is affected, especially those down in the south side, please send it to them personally.
All right.
Stop donate to the Jamaica with them a beg. When you donate 99.99%, then I go get it.
Right? Same so go.
That me I tell them.
Yes.
Then I go get it. Because everything politicized. Them have some people, them not see them in my area. We are walking here some so-called uncaring package. Me don't know what them there. Not toiletry, not all, no baby feeding.
Real estate?
Not all, no nice.
Uncaring package.
Right? Uncaring package. Me don't know what them there for the people married with Flux complain. Right? Well, with me last me 6 of them away about 2,000 pounds, all of them together. But I really put that from mind. Me have life.
All right.
And we can't tell them, say, the hurricane season is over. And to where me I say, with me little knowledge and me follow up, we could have get something before the season done.
Wow.
And then you go see where Jamaica stand. Right? Then you go up till as we speak to you, people not get back light yet. And as calling to them, a burial pass when it's out, they never come through the middle. So if you may come through the middle, what would happen?
Whoa.
Eh? And then me see, he may put out one, the Herald, he put out so Jamaica, the on top. And it's a fast growing powerhouse. Now, you see where power then there? Anyway, me now hold up time, kind of me alone. But me glad for soon, no, still here, you know.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
pray for me feet, me lose, me pick them.
Yes.
One me little saving, but God give and God take. And blessed be the name of the Lord. Him not giving not more we can bear. Sometimes God put we down for make we know who we are and what we are doing, and I feel do it better.
That's
so
so
me
true.
can stall and me can strong. And people, the change we seek is in our own hand. Jamaican people, for your children, even yourself, I don't know long life lasts. The change we seek is in our hands. Come on, wake up, take a stand. Have a blessed night, Mr. and Mrs. Mystic.
Thank
and
you,
thank you guys for you continue to do your good job. Because you have other things to do, other places to go, and you spend your time to educate us. Things that you teach me personally, me not get your school. So, big up on yourself. Me go on a Jeopardy.
Thank you, sister. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. All right. Blessings from a sister, man. I always appreciate a call from her. Right? Okay, so Jeopardy people, are you ready?
All right, so we're going to go into Jeopardy. So remember, guys, we're playing for credit. Person with the most points will get $1,000 Jamaican credit, digital or flow, and then we'll have 4 runners up of $500 each. So before we go into that, let me just remind us about the upcoming conference on Friday, because it's just around the corner. And remember, guys, make sure you support those who are able to attend. If you're not able to attend, please stream it. Join in online, because it will be streamed, because the numbers count both virtually and physically.
All right.
Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaican Diaspora Council, presents on the 26th of July 2024 Jamaicans and Friends of Jamaica. Join us in conference as we speak against corruption, crime, poverty, failed healthcare, poor education, and injustice in Jamaica. This takes place on the 26th of July at 1320 Ellesmere Road, Ontario, Canada. This conference starts 3 till 10 p.m. Guest speakers on the day: Wayne Lonesome, Will Rattigan, Mystic Sensation, Herb Nelson Jr., Aromatic, Sister Maria, Jamaican Carlos, Dr. Rupert Francis, Jeffrey Tavares, and more. This is going to be a very important event for all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica. Don't miss this event if you care about our country. Jamaicans in the diaspora, we can make a difference.
Okay, guys, and also please remember to support the One Jamaica Legal Foundation. That is very important too. And remember, it's now .net, so One Jamaican Legal Foundation. That is also very important. So please make sure that you continue to support that initiative. All right, so let me just share.
I wonder if you want Ricardo there.
Let me just share the templates that are left before we're able to have Jeopardy. Okay, so this week, let me just take off the logo. All right, so this week the categories are reggae music, riddles, people in the Bible, hurricane years, and former prime ministers. So, as usual, I'm going to ask someone to just choose a category, or you choose a category. The first one we see is what we're going to start with. Okay, one sec. One sec, guys. Hello, good night. Hello. Good night, hold on. One sec, guys. Hello.
Hello, good night. Yes, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead.
Yes, good night. I'm just calling first of all to say thank you for your program.
Yes.
And Mr. Rattigan and Buchanan, I want to thank all of you.
You're more than welcome.
I've been watching this program. I have learned so much. I've seen so much. And to be honest, I actually know 61-year-old and I vote one time. And, you know, listening to these programs, it actually let me feel so bad that I ever met that ex. You know, because when you see people look like they was really for you, but no, listening all of these things coming down and really see the reality before you see it. Because, I mean, to me, the dumbest of person the other day with the hurricane, and when I heard the minister said money was saved for the country. And, you know, when I look into the fact that they are paying insurance for the country, and then you insure a country just for a category 5 or 4 hurricane, or if the eye hit Jamaica. And you know, as a young child coming up, I realized that even storm mashed on Jamaica. I said the foolish person would know that they shouldn't sign that deal.
You're so right.
And that alone let me see that these people is not really for Jamaica.
So true.
I mean, you don't need to be in a college, you don't need to be in a high school or have any degree to analyze certain things. And I realized that was a foolish thing that had took place. And then when I look at the program and see the many things that are going on, you know, I said the only thing we as Jamaican need to do is to turn to God, cut out the PNP and JLP, or the Labour and the PNP, and trust God and just vote for what is right for our country and what we need in our country. We need our beaches, we need good school life, we need good water system, hospital system, because as a big lady now, sometimes I even fret about the hospital, then if I should take sick and go in one of them. So we need so many things, and I'm just glad for this program, and I'm just thanking you all, and may God ever bless you and keep you that you continue open the eyes of Jamaican people.
And thank you so much for supporting us. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. God bless.
Bless you. Well. And prayers to you, my sister. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, these are the calls that, you know, keep us going. Right? Wonderful call. All right.
Okay, so let me just see riddles for 400. Let me just refresh the chat and see what's going on there. All right, so I see riddles for 400. So we're gonna start with riddles. What has hands but is not flesh, bone or blood? What has hands but is not flesh, bone or blood? Baron, pass the book one. Sorry, one sec, guys. Good night. Welcome to Mystic Sensation Live.
Yes, Master. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Just a little comment, you know.
Yes, my boss. Go ahead.
I hear talking about crime in Jamaica.
Yes.
Yeah, with Fitz Bailey.
Yeah.
You know, one thing we have to understand, is that Fitz Bailey is really in charge of crime cover up and corruption. So good out of him, Yeah, you understand me? And pertaining to that commissioner who went over that precipice in
Spurtree Hill, yes.
the simple theory is, he didn't drive there, His vehicle was taken there in one of those box body truck and left over the precipice. So, that's how we go over there.
Exactly.
You understand?
We are not stupid. That's exactly. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. The truck was taken there in a truck, and then they just wait until we get clear, because it's in the truck, and they just let it out over the precipice, because you don't have nowhere you see it come off the road like that,
Exactly.
But it's just a cover up.
Cover up.
You
Plain
understand
cover
me?
up. Plain cover up.
Yeah. So, why Jamaica is one place. Jamaica is one place, Brian, but you're doing good, right?
Yeah, man. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah. You're on Ratigan. No problem.
All right. Bless up yourself. Blessings.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, these are the calls that strengthen us. So we have to appreciate that.
That's a blocking pen. Okay, so let's see. Ricardo.
Ricardo, I know you're coming in, Ricky.
You hear your name call.
But jump it there, they are fear,
Jump it, let's all fall asleep.
Jump it.
That's supposed to have the 3 now in France.
In France. Oh.
All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, so let's get going. It is a clock, and that is for 400 points. So 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Let me just refresh and see. Okay, so it started there. Ricardo run out on them. Ricardo 400 in just
Ricardo.
Then Truck Life, Africa.
So that's 400 points gone to Ricky.
And then G
Worst tonight,
Janet. Okay,
Blood
Peggy, you have to put what is and then the answer. And remember, guys, if it is the name of a place or thing, it's what is, then the answer. If it's the name of a person, then it's who is and then the answer. So Ricardo, passing bedtime. So Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? But no, you need to get your handsome sleep. Say riddles for 500. All right, so I have lakes with no water, mountains with no stones, and cities with no buildings. What am I? I have lakes with no water, mountains with no stones, and cities with no buildings. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a map, and that is for 500. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. I'm quiet now.
You realize you're not convened.
So first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life, then Ricardo. So Truck Life 500, Ricardo, Tiffany, Hyacinth, Peggy, Africa, G Angel. Okay, Truck Life is saying riddles for 300. He's not delaying. Riddles for 300. What is so fragile that saying its name breaks it? What is so fragile that saying its name breaks it? Not before.
I hear you.
Time. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is silence. So once you speak, then you break the silence. So that is 300 points. Let's see who picked up those 300 points. Let me go ahead and refresh, and let's see. Tiffany for 300 points.
What? Tiffany for 300 points?
And Tiffany run up on the board. Then
Tiffany
Sonia, Ricardo, Peggy, Sonia. Okay, she had a mistake there. Africa. Yeah, that's how the answers came in.
All right. And so the score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points, Ricardo 400 points, and Truck Life 500 points.
And Tiffany is saying riddles for 200. What can fill a room but takes up no space? What can fill a room but takes up no space? What can fill a room but takes up no space? And that is for 200 points. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is light. What is light? So light fills up a room, but it takes up no space. And that is for 200 points. So I am refreshing. Let's see who first came in with the correct answer. Truck Life for 200 points. Oops. So Truck Life, then okay, so Truck Life, then Tiffany, Andrew, and that's how the answers came in. So Truck Life is completing riddles. Sorry, I did not release. So he's completing riddles for 100. It goes up and down the stairs without moving. It goes up and down the stairs without moving, and that is for 100 points. What goes up and down the stairs without moving? What goes up and down the stairs without moving? Nope. All right. I see the answer that I am looking for. And my answer is carpet. That's the answer that I got. So it's what goes up and down the stairs without moving. That's carpet. All right, let's see who came in with the correct response, and that is for 100 points. All right, let me refresh again because there's white. Let me just go back up to 100. Never gonna carpet. Okay, all right. So I was just researched it, looking up something here before I say the answer. Well, it's carpet, but Andrew has a rug, and I was looking up the difference between rug and carpet. So it has to be, the answer is carpet, not rug, because rugs are considered to be floor coverings that are portable or movable, finishing standard sizes, while carpets are mass-produced floor coverings that are sold off a roll, fixed in place, and go from edge to edge of a space. So I make sure I look it up because I know I would have some persons questioning if there's a difference between rug and carpet. Rug should get it, but it is actually carpet. So just to be carpet, not rug. So first on the board, the correct response is Ricardo for 100 points. And so no, Andrew, I know you would have said that. That's why I went and did the research to avoid the debate. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Hurricane here for 100. Hurricane Elsa. Which year did Hurricane Elsa visit Jamaica? Which year did Hurricane Elsa visit Jamaica? Okay, I'll bring those back next week. Done. I do have, well, we're not gonna be on Friday. Doing this, it will be live from the conference. But it's a crisscross between Jamaica and some, you have some Jamaican ones in there. I think, no. Anyways, all right, so let's see who came in with the correct response. I see the answer. Yes, I see the answer. You don't have to give the full date, just the year. And it is 2021. So Hurricane Elsa passed through Jamaica in 2021. Let's see who came in with the correct response. You just go back up to where it started so I don't miss anybody. So first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo 2021, then Andrew
How much points?
100. Then Star Diamond, welcome 2021. All right, so Ricardo's gone to Hurricane Year 200.
Okay, so the score as it is.
Sorry, one sec. Hurricane Maria. Which year did Hurricane Maria pass through Jamaica? I've already brought it up before. So after the next one, you can give the score.
Okay.
So Hurricane Maria, what year did Hurricane Maria pass over Jamaica? All right, and I see the answer, so no delays, and that is 2017. So Hurricane Maria was in 2017. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Let me refresh. Ricardo, 200 points. And Africa, not me. Andrew, then Peggy, that's how the answers came in, and G Angel.
So the score as it is, Tiffany and 300 points, Truck Life 700 points, Ricardo 800 points.
I am coming. You know. Okay, all right. So did he choose another category? Hurricane here. Ricardo 300. All right.
300 points?
Hmm?
Ricardo?
No,
Oh.
it's choosing 300. Hurricane Ivan. Which year did Hurricane Ivan blow? Hmm? Which year did Hurricane Ivan blow? And I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is 2004. And that is for 300 points. So let's see. Let's see who came in. Come off. Let's see who came in with those. Stay down. Let's see who came in with those, with that answer. Ricardo. Ricardo for 300 points. Then Truck Life Andrew. Ricardo for 300 points. Then Don Mill, Peggy, Africa. That's how the answers came in. Okay, Atsu also came in. G Angel and Star Diamond, but you have to put what is and then the answer. No, 24. No, that one's incorrect. All right, so he's saying Hurricane Year for 400. So it's continuing with Hurricane Year. September 12, 1988. Name the hurricane. Name the hurricane that passed through in 1988. Everybody run out. Name the hurricane. Remember what is and then the answer. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays, and it is Hurricane Gilbert. So what is Gilbert? And that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. No. All right, so let's see who picked up those 400 points. It started there. So, Ricardo.
Which points?
400. So, Ricardo, then Donmel, Andrew, Peggy, Tiffany, I think you didn't put what is Africa, G Angel, Africa corrected it, Star Diamond, at you, but need to put what is Tiffany. That's you, okay. Yeah, it's a name, but I started with I gave you the year and you were to give me the name. So it's either way. Before I was giving you the year and you give me the name. That one was just it should switch up. All right, so shucks. Is it continuing? Okay, it's continuing for 500. The 2005 hurricane. What was the name? 2005 hurricane. Give the name. What was the name of the hurricane that passed through in 2005? Hurricane that passed through in 2005. Okay, I see the answer that I'm looking for. And let me just reveal the answer. It's Hurricane Dennis passed through in 2005. All right, so let's see who came in with the correct response. Truck Life, Dennis, 500 points.
Truck Life?
Yeah.
500 points?
Yep. Then, okay, that's how the answer came in. All right, so Truck Life, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, reggae music for 100. Bob Marley's birth name. So give me Bob Marley's birth name. It's name that his mama gave him when he was born. What is the name that he was given when he was born? And remember, the name of a person is who is. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And just 1 sec. All right. I know I'm going to get, let me see if anybody put it there. Okay. So Who is Nestor Robert Marley? I know everybody's putting Robert Nestor Marley, but if you go on Google, it says he was born Nestor Robert Marley in St. Ann Parish in Jamaica. Mother originally named him Nestor Robert Marley. However, people commented that Nestor seemed like a girl's name, so they switched and put Robert first. They switched and put Robert first, but I'm going to give it because that's what everybody know him as. If nobody has it before I read the answer and it's just Robert Nestor Marley that you put, then I'm going to give it. But it was actually the other way around, Nestor Robert Marley, according to Google. All right, let me just... Ricardo, I'm not skin no teeth with you. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Truck Life, then Dunmel, Truck Life for 100, then Dunmel, Ricardo, Africa, G Angel, Tiffany, Star Diamond, it was typing too fast. Remember, it's who is. Let me make sure he had. Nope, sorry. Truck Life had what is. So it is actually Dunmel for 100 points. Sorry, Truck Life had what is. So Dunmel for close.
Dunmel for 100 points.
100 points. Bird got it on the close. Don't you my sleeve. Then Star Diamond, Ricardo, and laughing his head off. Yeah, you had what is I realized after. So Dunmel is saying reggae music for 300. It feel weird. This genre of Jamaican music was created in the late 1960s. This genre of Jamaican music was created in the late 1960s. Close. Jesse. This genre of Jamaican music was created in the 1960s. So it can be one of three, whichever I see first is gonna get the card, I'm gonna give the answer to. So it can be one of three. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it can be ska, rocksteady, or reggae. The first one that I see of these three is that person is gonna get the 300 points. So it's just ska, rocksteady, or reggae, and that is 300 points. All right, so let me see who first came in with the correct response. I'm sleeping in my clothes. Ricardo, then Truck Life. So 300 points to Ricardo. Then Truck Life, Tiffany. And Truck Life also came with Rocksteady. You're hearing me, Baron? Ricardo, 300 points.
Ricardo, 300 points?
Yes. Then Africa, Andrew. So everybody got correct. It's just the first one that I saw. Reggae, ska, okay. All right, so Ricardo is saying reggae music for 200. Why did I do that? This famous Jamaican artist released an album entitled Upside Down in 2020. Name the artist. Tiffany laughing as the Baron, you're sleeping. All right, so this famous Jamaican artist released an album entitled Upside Down in 2020. Name the artist. And that is 200 points. And remember, you have to put who is if you're naming the person. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delays, and it is who is Buju Banton, and that is for 200 points. So Buju Banton released the album Upside Down in 2020, and that's for 200 points. All right, let's see who came in, who got those 200 points. Andrew for 200 points.
Andrew.
Then Ricardo. Make sure he has who is. Okay. Peggy also got that answer. All right.
So the score as it is, Andrew on 200 points, Tiffany 300 points, Danmel 100 points, Truck Life 1,300 points, and Ricardo 1,800 points.
That's sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asleep. Let's sleep. All right. So Andrew saying reggae music for 400. This reggae legend was dubbed the name Crown Prince of Reggae. This reggae legend was dubbed the name Crown Prince of Reggae. Name the person. The Crown Prince of Reggae. Remember, it's who is and then the answer. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delays, and it is who is Dennis Brown. Who is Dennis Brown, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Truck Life.
400 points.
Yes, then Don Mel. Make sure, yeah. Then Don Mel. Tiffany. Africa Newbie. Star Diamond. G Angel. Matthew. Mr. Dave. Oh, it's no, he said what is it supposed to be? Who is? And then Janet also came in. So Truck Life is saying reggae music for 500. Sorry, we didn't even release the thing. And it's a double year score. So whoever answers this correctly is going to get 500 points and overall score doubled. This famous Jamaican artist given name is Jevon Ferran. Name, give the stage name. So his government name is Jevon Ferran. What is his stage name? This famous Jamaican artist given name is Jevon Ferran. Give the stage name. Still in my sleeve. Wait, ticklish. Sleep till there. That I'm not going to put my shoulder, I'm going in my sleeve. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Massacre. So who is Massacre? So that is 500 points plus double the overall score. All right, let's see who picked up all those points. Truck Life, 500 points and then double everything.
Whoa.
Then Africa also came in, Tiffany, so came in with Massacre. Peggy also have Massacre. We have 2 more categories.
So the score as it is: Don Mellon 100 points, Andrew 200 points, Tiffany 300 points, Ricardo 1,800 points, Truck Life 4,400 points.
Hey, you don't say. I just said not on my A game at all today. Hush. Prime Minister for 100. So I've run into the Prime Minister. Name this former Prime Minister. I hope it's not too small. Name this former Prime Minister. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Portia Simpson Miller, and that is for 100 points. Everybody run out. Let me see who picked up those 100 points. Truck Life, Ricardo, for Truck Life for 100. Dunmel, Andrew, typo Tiffany, corrected there. Peggy, Africa. So the answers came in. Star Diamond, G Angel, Active. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points. When I say look like Burl give truck like faster internet and fingers. Then Minister for 200. Former Prime Minister. Former Prime Minister. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is with Edward Thiaga, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Sure, you can breathe. Okay, let me see who picked up those 200 points. Truck Life, then Don Mel, Ricardo, Tiffany, Peggy, Africa, sorry, Andrew, correct.
Truck Life could be 200 points.
Yeah. Star Diamond, G Angel. Choose the next category and for how many points. Just to make sure. Okay. All right. So it's continuing with ministers for 300. Former Prime Minister of Jamaica. Oh. Come on. Hold on. All right. Let's see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Bruce Golding, and that's for 300 points. All right, so let's see who picked up those 300 points. Okay, so it started there. Ricardo, Tiffany, Africa.
Much points, Ricardo?
Clive, 300. Don Mel, Andrew, Peggy, G. Angel. What is this? And Janet also came in with Bruce Golding. So Ricardo is saying Bible for 300. This man wrote most of the letters to churches in the New Testament. This man wrote most of the letters to the churches in the New Testament. Name the person. Wait. This man wrote most of the letters to the churches in the New Testament. All right. So remember, you have to put who is and then the answer. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Paul. So Paul wrote most of the letters to the churches in the New Testament, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo and Tiffany.
Which points? Which points?
That is 300 points. Maybe your internet is lagging a bit,
300
Janet.
points? Are you in call it already? Can we have 300 points for Ricardo, you know?
Ricardo got the last answer. Yeah, it's another 300.
Okay.
So 300. Then Tiffany, Clive, Rafe, G. Angel, Janet Lawrence also came in with that star diamond way down. All right, so it's saying Bible for 200. Bible for 200. This woman married a man named Boaz. Name the woman. This woman married a man named Boaz. Because the Baron wants you to know. Yes, Janet is lagging. Name the woman.
Start eating pork. Bro, that shit.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Ruth. So Ruth married a man named Boaz, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Ricardo, then Andrew. So Ricardo, 200 points. And Andrew, Tiffany, G Angel, as you also came in with Ruth. Third chocolate, where you at? All right, so choose the next category and for how many points. So it's just 2 categories we're working with right now. I want to go to bed. Bible for 500. E, also known as the Baptist, baptized Jesus. He, so name the he, name the person. Also known as the Baptist, baptized Jesus. Everybody run out and make a Sunday school teacher proud. Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is John. The Baptist is already there, also known as the Baptist. So he is John. So it was John the Baptist baptized Jesus, and that is for 500 points. Let's see who picked up those 500 points. Tiffany.
Killer.
So Tiffany, 500 points. Delco, David, welcome. How are you? Hope Beryl didn't treat you too badly. Thank you for tuning in. Happy to see you. And Truck Life, Africa, Janet, Ricardo. So everybody basically ran out with John. So Sunday school teacher proud. Tiffany for 100. I guess she's going with Bible because that's the only one that was 100. This nameless woman is known for being turned into a pillar of salt. This nameless woman is known for being turned into a pillar of salt. So just write how she's referred to in the Bible. So this nameless woman is known for being turned into a pillar of salt. Just write how she's referred to in the Bible. Right, I see a lot of us grew up in Sunday school. I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Lot's wife. So Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt when she looked back at the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's so disgusting. All right. So, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. David. So David, they'll go for 100 points. Then Truck Life.
David for 100 points?
Mm-hmm. And he has who is okay. Ricardo, Janet, Africa. Everybody ran out with it. With Lot's wife. All right. And David is saying Bible for 400. Name of the angel who told Mary that she would have God's child. Name the angel who told Mary that she would have God's child, and that is a double point, so it's 400 to 800 points for that answer. Name the angel. So 800 points for the correct response. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, who is Gabriel, or Gabriel. Who is Gabriel? It's male pronunciation. And that is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. And first on the board with the correct response is David.
David.
Mm-hmm. Then Truck Life. I thought it was Truck Life, but Mr. David preaching at the corner there.
Much for David. Much for David.
But me just say 800 points.
800 points for David?
Yep. Hold on there.
Check it.
Yes, it's 800 points to David. I'm just looking at something that.
So the score as it is: Dan Mellon 100 points, Andrew 200 points, Tiffany 800 points, David 900 points, Ricardo 2,600 points, Truck Life 4,700 points.
Okay, refresh your screen, Africa. Refresh your screen. All right. David submitted a watch long time, so my time for shine. All right, David, choose for one category is left. Choose which points you want, 400 or 500. Let me see if I put it there. I just miss it. So most people came in with Gabriel, G. Angel, Peggy, Don, Mel, Tiffany. Yeah, so we all grew up in Sunday school. So David is choosing 400. Double points, so another 800 points for the correct name of this former prime minister. Correct name for this former prime minister. Correct name for this former prime minister. That is for 800 points. It's a double point. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, known delays, and it is who is you, Shira. And that is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up those 800 points. Truck Life.
800 points?
800 points added to Truck Life. Truck Life on a roll. Nope, hold on. The spelling, hold on. Andrew. So Andrew picked up those 800 points. Truck Life spelling is off. Then Delco, his spelling is off too. Then Dunmel. Africa didn't finish. Delco corrected that. Peggy. Dunmel. Okay, that's how the answers came in. Yes, yes, yes. Let me answer the 3 times. Calling out my name in that low tone of words. All right, so the final question is, name this prime minister, this former prime minister. And that is for 500 points. So name the former prime minister, 500 points. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Alexander Bustamante. So Alexander Bustamante, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Okay, Andrew, 500 points. Then Dunmel, Delco.
Andrew, 500 points.
Yes, let me look on the CMNT. Okay, then Africa, Peggy. Maxine didn't
Much
get to
more
finish
points up
typing.
there.
That's it. The board is clean. We went
Board
through
is
very
clean?
quickly tonight. Yep. Janet. Who is whited man? G Angel.
And
Tiffany. Okay. Right. Right, so that's how the answers came in. So congratulations to all the winners. Baron is doing the final tally in there, and congratulations to those who participated and was able to answer. So it is the game is not for the swift, but for those who can endure to the end. Although you need to have good Wi-Fi and Olympic type fingers.
so the score of it is.
Wasn't I speaking?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Because these people get typed pretty fast, and some people internet were logging. So sorry for those who were logging a bit, but thank you so much for participating. Really appreciate everyone's participation.
All right. So Tiffany came in on fifth place, came in at fifth place, 800 points for Tiffany. David, fourth place, 900 points for David. And Andrew, at third place, 1,500 points for Andrew. Ricardo, second place, 2,600. And of course, Shop Life take home the pie, 4,700 points.
Ricardo, David, running on dethrone somebody. Oh my goodness. It's doing the off the board. Dunmel. Hush, Dunmel. Okay, so David is in 408 digi.
Oh, David, 408 digi?
Yeah, put it at 408 digi.
Okay, 408 digi. 408 digi, and that's David.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else have any other requests?
I'm looking to see if anybody else is gonna put in any additional requests. Don't you book on the phone. All right. So again, thank you. My 500 was nearly not enough, but you still you still managed to hold on, Tiffany. All right. So again, congratulations to everyone. And another reminder about Friday, next week, Friday at this time, we will be just wrapping up in Toronto if we don't.
Exactly. We will be in Toronto. All right.
We are really looking forward to meeting a lot of you guys. So please make sure you turn out to support, because it's for a worthy cause. We'll be highlighting all the wrong things that are happening in Jamaica and just enlightening persons so that they can make the right decision and on election day to go vote, exercise your constitutional right to vote. If you don't vote, then that is a stay for who is there right now. So you need to go out and vote, exercise your constitutional right. And whoever is on the fence, as Dr. said earlier on, get off the fence. Now it's not the time to be on the fence. There's a lot at stake right now. So we need to make sure that we go out and vote. A lot is at stake. And Dunmel is reminding us about Reason with Ratigan tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to start at 3 p.m. New York time and then 2 p.m. Jamaican time. So make sure you tune into Reason with Ratigan. And then on Sunday, we will have Alone Some will have his town hall, and also make sure you go over to Aromatic, Kamala, Right Mango, and all the other persons that are carrying the mantle and, educating so that we are aware of the issues that are happening. Please go over and make sure we are supporting everyone, because we are maybe giving the message in different ways, but we're all speaking the same thing. Okay.
Definitely.
So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate each and everyone who has joined the movement. And make sure you share, and encourage others also to join in so that we can have a brighter and better Jamaica and leave a solid foundation and future for our next generation. All right, so thank you so much, guys. We have work in the mornings and my eyes are looking lazy already because I need to sleep. We have work first thing in the morning. I know some of you too have work, so not gonna delay any longer. Thank you so much and safe travel on the gravel until Tuesday.
All right.
Stay blessed